Good morning. Let's lower Spotify a little bit. Okay. It's actually morning today, unlike yesterday where I kept saying it's morning when it's so late in the afternoon. Uh, so I had a plan yesterday to get to the actual Baxter DLC. We got there, but it took so long to get there because I forget how long some of these scenes are, and if I'm reading everything, it just took. Starting in step 3 was. It took some time. But we got to Baxter by the time I finished yesterday, so now we're actually going to do the Baxter stuff today and finish through that. So, plans. Yay. Okay, so let us. I had that down so it wasn't in my ear. Let's switch our scenes. Ooh. And we're going to continue. Continue. Okay, so we got to the moments in step 3. Okay, so I know Baxter shows up here, and I think he shows up here because I gave us a job. If we don't have a job, I'm not sure we interact with him too much. Does he show up? He does show up elsewhere. He shows up in this one. He shows up in a few of them. But I think we're going to do his actual moments first before I decide if I want to see if any of the Cove moments are even worth doing. Because we did this for Baxter. We're going to do his actual DLC stuff. So, we are in uncharted territory now. I know a lot about this game, but I do not know anything about what's happening in any of these moments. So, we'll start with sightseeing. I forgot to pause Spotify. Now it's paused, and now we're not, like, having a cacophony of sounds. Okay. You were perched on the couch in your living room, doing nothing in particular. It was a quintessential summer afternoon. The weather was warm, and the mood was lazy. So far, it had shaped out to be a pleasant day, if somewhat uneventful. No plans and no obligations beyond a few usual chores. Liz had already flitted off, enjoying herself. She left in the morning, carrying a mysteriously heavy bag. You hadn't bothered asking her what she was doing or why it needed a sack that clattered when it moved. She probably wouldn't be home till late. Your moms both had the day off and, like you, had been using their freedom to do nothing of importance? Import. Is that a typo, or is that just a shortened way of saying importance? I don't know. The group of... it started already. I didn't make it 5 minutes before tripping over my words. Yay. The group of you finished cleaning up from your shared lunch, and Mom struck up a conversation.
So?
Well, what's next? Your mind was blank. You let the question hang, assuming Ma would be the one to reply, and glanced down at your phone out of habit. And right then, the screen lit up, presenting you with a potential idea. A text notification had come in. Baxter's name displayed itself. He sent more messages after the first. You unlocked your phone to see it all. Hello and good afternoon. I am intended to go sightseeing, and would love it if you can join me. You are quite welcome to invite anyone else along as well. Your phone buzzed one more time with an additional note. Sincerely, your friend, Baxter. Why did you write this like a letter? Or like an email? You stared at the screen. His texting style read more like a formal letter written with a quill pen than a text. It does. He's so old man. Oh. Did your friends text? You two are so nosy. At this point, I am 18 years old. Back the fuck off. Like, you're not dealing with a child. Ma smiled at you with a raised eyebrow. Gluing your face to a phone for so long must have been a big tip-off. It's also none of their business. One friend did. Baxter wants to go sightseeing today. Wow, perfect timing. Yes, that's nice. Baxter Ward seems like a lovely young man.
Not bad.
He's a step up or two from the Donnells, that's for sure. It's not hard to be better than the Donnells, let's be honest. Neither Mom nor Ma had spent a lot of time around Baxter as far as you were aware. They met early in the summer, something unavoidable on the street, and had a few encounters since. I wonder where he's from. Ma didn't look to you for an answer, or her wife. She couldn't add to the topic and assumed no one else in the room knew either. It was a wonderment for the universe alone. Mom still pressed her lips together and thought. No clue. But what I'm curious about is, what is he studying in college? He's on a break from school, isn't he?
Well...
Yes, he did mention he was on an off semester, but not more than that. Once the Curiosity train left the station, there was no stopping it. The two traded questions back and forth, whispering with growing steam. There was someone on their street who was a stranger, a situation that hadn't occurred in a decade. You two need to chill. Literally, there's nosy gossip, and then there's just like overbearing. You two need to chill. What do you think his family is like? He's here all by himself. He's like 19. Again, none of you could enlighten the others. You had scarcely spent more time with Baxter than your parents, and you realized he hadn't been forthcoming with basic details. You found his mystery intriguing. It was exciting to know there was so much more to him to figure out. You refocused on your phone and the formal message that had yet to get a reply. Answer casually, called out his hilarious message, answer him in a similar fashion. Oh, No, we're totally answering him in a similar fashion. Feeling inspired by his stiff texting tone, you couldn't resist having a little fun. Good tidings, Sir Baxter. Of course I would be delighted to join you this fine day. I have finished my luncheon, so will venture forth to your dwellings. You hit send, aware that the message wasn't exactly a high society Victorian letter. It ended up more medieval fantasy scroll, but he'd probably get the joke. It didn't take long at all for Baxter to continue the conversation. Brave Knight Ryan, that is heartening. I shall see you post-haste. My highest regards. Are they gonna promenade? Are we having a Bridgerton moment in our life? Yeah, he got it. You smiled and turned to your moms. They had moved on to wondering about if Baxter had a part-time job. Probably not, both of them were concluding. Gotta go, I'm heading to Baxter's. Have fun, kiddo. Yes, do that. Ma's grin was as sweet as honey being used in a trap. You could see the ulterior motive from a mile away.
Please?
And if you happen to find out anything about our new neighbor, maybe think of telling your poor moms when you get back. Back the fuck off. I know we will, because that's how our character is literally written, but like... Triggered.
Lonnie.
Despite everything, Mom appeared amused at her wife's blatant attempt at info digging. Well, I'd be interested to hear it too, if Baxter doesn't mind his mystification being cleared up. Too nosy, long-suffering groan. Which one? We are not giving them incentive to interrogate him. Neither parent was truly remorseful, but they did soften. You huffed and shook your head.
Sorry.
Sorry, Ryan. We don't mean to be a bother.
It's okay.
It's true. You can ignore our chatter. But it's a shame he hasn't actually moved into the neighborhood. I could invite him over and get to know him better myself. Sadly, that's not the case.
That's a shame.
He's a young man trying to enjoy his vacation. He should be out and about, not spending his limited time entertaining us old moms in our kitchen. That is true, at least you realize that. Ma slumped her shoulders while expressing her limitations in this snooping matter. I'm shrugging non-committally. I won't keep you any longer. Go have a wonderful day.
See you later.
Take care. Bye. You have fun too. Maybe you can find out other secrets to dig into. You gathered up your phone, wallet, a water bottle, and a few other odds and ends you imagined might come in handy during an unspecified outing. You left the condo, your formerly normal but boring day rocketing off into an unknown direction. Baxter tended to have that kind of effect on things. Once outside, you crossed the street diagonally to reach Baxter's place. You found the doorbell and pressed it down. His doorbell was so much more reasonably placed. A second later, the man you wanted to see opened the door with a grin. From his quick response, you knew he had to have been standing by. You'd announced you'd be there, and he was ready for it.
Hello.
His voice is so deep. Throws me off every time. Hello, Ryan. Thank you for coming. Hey, Baxter. Thanks for having me. At Baxter's obvious pleasure at your attention, you smiled in return. He stepped out of his condo and closed the door behind him to stand by you. I appreciate you agreeing so last minute. However, if you do have prior arrangements, this can be done another day. Sightseeing is my usual itinerary, after all. Oh, I didn't have any other plans. Really, there was nothing to do.
Oh?
Ah, in that case, I'm glad today was the afternoon I asked. I've stopped in at least one scenic spot, tried a new restaurant, or browsed an unfamiliar shop nearly every day since I've been here so far. I know this is a tourist town, but they also give the impression that this is a very small town, so at this point I feel like he's seen everything. I've always had to go on my own, so this will be a special trip. Whoa, that's impressive. Thank you. I've only had a few short visits to California in my life. Even then, I was underage and supervised by my parents or guardians. He raised an eyebrow and his voice took on a delighted tone. We saw each other on one of those rare occasions where I was in state. Dance instructors were controlling the schedule that time.
Is that fine?
This summer is my first chance to truly experience what the area has for myself. It's also not going to last forever, so I'd rather not waste my opportunities. His bold proclamation reminded you of how fleeting his presence really was in everyone's life. Exactly as he suddenly appeared, it wouldn't be too much longer until he vanished back to wherever he'd come from. He was impossible to pin down. Okay, my mamas might grill you, personal questions, elusive, not wasting my chance, are you trying to be mysterious? He didn't comment. I don't really want to... Like, I do want to know more, but I don't want to make this into a my moms want to know kind of thing. So I'm just going to do... And I'm not wasting my chance to spend the day with you.
That's wonderful.
How gratifying. I was thinking the same thing. He locked his door smoothly and tucked the key into his pocket. You are doing me quite the favor by accompanying me. His shoulders loosened and he directed a soft glance toward you. And, if you wouldn't mind, this feels like a good chance for the two of us to get to know each other better. Ooh. He wants to get to know me.
My pleasure.
Please query me at your leisure, and if there's anything you'd ever want to ask, I'm an open book in your hands. Oh. You say that? It could have stopped there, and you would have expected it to end on a formal bow, but the exceedingly official-sounding offer was flipped into something coy and full of possibility. There are many things I would like to know about you. Thank you. I want to know you better as well. You could ask me whatever you want to. You simply nodded. You nervously looked away. Your ma would have been thrilled to hear that. We don't care about ma. It's one of these two. I want to know you better as well, or you can ask me whatever you want to. I can go backwards. I'm gonna do this one first.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, considering the brief blip I saw of these two choices, I'm gonna do with the I want to know you better as well. He was a figure of curiosity for you, a friendly stranger who was quickly becoming closer and closer.
Excellent.
Excellent. Then we're in agreement. Instead of asking him personal information, you needed to use your question asking authority for something else first. Where were you thinking of going sightseeing? Baxter placed a hand on his chin, considering. Ideally, the first stop would be your choice. Since you're so considerately joining me today, I may as well take advantage of your local expertise. After that, I could take you to a place that possibly even you haven't been to yet. I have a rental car, so it is no worry if you want to go somewhere that's too far to walk to. My choice will certainly require driving. I'm positive you've stepped on every inch of this town.
What do you think?
Does that sound agreeable? Letting you pick the first place and following up with somewhere you hadn't been before, despite living here for almost your whole life? What did he think you missed? Maybe it was the overconfidence of a tourist, or maybe it was something trickier, but he caught you off guard again. With Baxter's promise to tell you whatever you wanted to know, you hadn't prepared for him to still be so hard to read. You should have known he wouldn't suddenly get actually straightforward, no matter how direct he claimed he would act. That'd be great. You'd rather have some sway instead of Baxter playing tour guide all day. Baxter flashed his shiny white teeth. Do you have anywhere in mind, then? You pondered the request. If there was one place someone like Baxter should go see, what would it be? Inspiration struck. It stuck also, but it struck, mostly. There was no place more iconic around. I do have an idea. Have you gone down to the shopping street yet? The shopping street? I don't know what you mean. Given it was minutes away on foot, you worried you might have offered old news, but it didn't come up on the map as anything other than a few of the permanent shops. You had to be there to know. It's a row of local shops and stalls by the beach. It's right near our neighborhood. Really? His hanging attention encouraged you to continue. It's meant to be fun for visitors, not at all the typical grocery stores or clothing shops or things like that. Everyone should go there at least once while they're here. Baxter made a grand gesture of waving you on to lead out.
Perfect.
That sounds absolutely perfect. Please show me the way. Ankle. Moving. You obliged, and the two of you strolled down the inclined street. Neither of you were particularly rushing, and it still took less than 15 minutes to walk down to the spot. You skipped over the cement curb onto a worn, gray bricked road, and were there. Tantalizing smells and a mix of attention-grabbing music drifted from the open doors and outdoor stalls. The different songs blended into one new tune, a celebration for your senses. As normal for tourist season, the path bustled with a crowd of excited visitors. Aesthetically, Baxter stood out from a vast majority of the colorful tourists, but his enthusiasm matched their faces of awe.
I love it.
This is wonderful. Confident you had suggested the correct choice, you let out a happy sigh. You continued wandering, but now But now you let Baxter direct the way. You merely followed along as he explored. One day I won't trip over words and letters. Today is not that day. He flitted to and from stalls like a monochrome butterfly in a flower garden. Terry had been more correct than she could have known when she made that comparison at the beginning of the summer. While you had memories attached to each corner of the street, watching his first experience there was almost like seeing it with fresh eyes yourself. You scrutinized the available stalls out today and realized Baxter would have a huge, gaping hole in this experience. There was no magician performing tricks anywhere. That bit of shopping street wonder would go unknown to Baxter, even though he came all the way there. By chance, Baxter led you into an area where shows happened in the past. Cards that appeared out of nowhere were inseparable from this place too. Watching Baxter out of the corner of your eyes, it struck you that you had never gotten close to a tourist before. Everyone you knew well was also familiar with Sunset Bird, or at least something in the area. But he was another one of the temporary passerby. Hey, sometimes people do performances here. Oh? Yeah, the most famous, to me anyway, was a magician called the Amazing Alexander. The Amazing Alexander? That sounds amazing. The sheer amount of thrill in Baxter made you happy. He had taste. Though, his electric interest was honestly more than what you expected from hearing about a random street magician. But it was nice, so you continued. When I was younger, I had a friend who thought about doing his own show, too. I think the leading option was for him to either do soccer tricks or race crabs, but he was never able to do it for real. Baxter listened with amusement as you expanded the story. You were surprised that you could recall it as well as you did all these years later. It returned to your mind in waves. And it was nice that Baxter was enjoying himself without seeing the show himself. Coming here, it was more than just showing a small part of the world you lived in. You had shown him parts of yourself. Now felt appropriate to use your privilege of asking him a question about himself. Where are you from? What's your family like? What do you study in college? What's up with the black and white thing? You're single, right? Oh! Oh. Do I only get one question? This is so bold. I mean, our character is very bold. So, honestly, we could ask this, but I never found out where Baxter was from. So I'm curious about that. I'm gonna get into his family. I vaguely think I know what he's studying in college, but I don't remember. It's gonna be a lot of back and forth because this is one of those things where I have to see where all the choices are.
Well.
Oh. Okay, so he goes to college in Virginia. We know that. Oh, and he's from Oregon. Okay, he's very... Okay. I want to know how he'll respond to this. Pragmatic choice. Studying business administration meant... Okay, yeah, that makes sense for... Okay. Okay. I don't care about the black and white thing. Monochrome is fine. I don't actually want to ask him about his family. And we've seen the choices for where are you from and where are you studying in college and single. I didn't read any of them. I just kind of flipped through. I'm gonna go with the fucking bold choice of you're single, right? Because now that I know the information to these two, I don't actually need to go through the whole process of actually having him answer those. I don't need it story-wise. Cutting straight to the juicy parts. I must say, I admire the direct approach. His laid-back demeanor sharpened around the edges. His eyes were smiling at you, even if his mouth wasn't. He enjoyed the implications of the question a great deal. If you were asking if he was single, it was probably because you cared about what the answer might be. His rich brown eyes found yours. I'm unattached. That shouldn't be news to you, though. That was true enough. Ever since his first introduction to Cove and you, when he arrived in Sunset Bird, Baxter had been open about the fact that he was absolutely, extremely available.
So?
And how about you? Is there no special someone in your life at this moment? Yeah, single here too. Oh, I see. Oh, have you ever dated before? Sorry if it's embarrassing. So, like, who was your first crush? I mean... this one. Dated. He answered you without missing a beat. I have. Nothing long-term, you understand. I haven't suffered any tremendous heartache as of yet. Being single comes very naturally to me. And besides, I don't think I'm even old enough for anything to have truly qualified as long-term.
Well.
But I've certainly had some experience, let's put it that way. He tittered innocently at his apparent double entendre. I'm glad love hasn't been too hard on you. I'm in a similar situation, I guess. I don't really know what it's like. I've never dated personally. I mean, technically this is true because we're not doing romance with anyone. We just have a pact with Derek. So I don't really know what it's like. I've never dated personally. Well, it's best not to rush into that. And maybe the whole thing isn't to your taste. There'd be nothing wrong with that. Having said his piece, his expression dimmed and his eyes wandered lazily away. We could pry some more, but... choices. Bear with me. Okay, so he doesn't really know. Okay. We're just gonna do that.
You're welcome.
Thanks for telling me. Don't mention it, you're most welcome. And then you were struck by the most obvious idea in the world. You were on a shopping street, window shopping, with a tourist. Baxter needed to get a souvenir for his days in Sunset Bird. No, you would buy him a souvenir. You peruse the displays with purpose rather than passively observing them. What would be a fitting memento of your town, and what would Baxter Ward actually like? You considered those criteria carefully and decided to get him a postcard, a shot glass, a mug, a t-shirt, a shell picture frame, mini carved driftwood statue, locally made necklace. I already know that the way this game works, none of these choices technically matter. It's just a matter of what will show up in like pictures or be referenced to later, basically. So I can get him anything. He's gonna like whatever I actually give him. Personally, either driftwood statue or necklace. If I give him a necklace, is he gonna wear the necklace? Will his character art change? But I feel like driftwood statue is more him. We're gonna give him the driftwood statue. It was pale and smooth and in the shape of a cute bird. A sunset bird, no doubt. The wood came from the very beach they were across from and was locally carved. Baxter could literally take a part of the place with him. It was satisfying finding something that worked so well. You went to purchase it discreetly. When you returned to Baxter, his excitable expression curved into something more typical for him. What'd you find? Here, it's your obligatory souvenir. It's yours now. You offered him the plastic pouch containing the recently bought driftwood statue. He graciously accepted it.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're too kind. Before he opened it to examine what it was, he paused. I'm going to wait. Huh? I don't want to experience everything good right now. Then there'll be nothing left. I can have this joy later. Though, don't worry. I'll be sure to open this while you're watching. Perhaps at the end of this outing. Oh, alright. It's your gift. Open it whenever you like. Thank you, once again. You walked away from the shop side by side with the successful purchase swinging between you. When Baxter was gone, he'd only have to look at the driftwood statue to recall his days there. And you. Your gaze wandered back to the man beside you who you still hardly knew. The one you had so little time to know. Ah. More questions. We'll go with the where are you from. Baxter put his hands casually in his pockets, his gaze wandering out over the crowds and the ocean and off into the distance. Well, in the most immediate sense, I suppose you could say I came here from Virginia. And that's where my college is located, after all. But, of course, I know that's not entirely what you meant. I'm merely teasing. While I might study in Virginia, I'm actually from the proverbial Oregon Trail, born and bred. That's the state where my home is, if you can believe it. Oh, Oregon. That's not far away at all. Virginia, though, not so much. You grew up pretty close by. How do you like it back in Virginia? Is it hard living away from where you grew up? What's your hometown like? You grew up pretty close by then. We're practically neighbors.
Oh?
That's true, isn't it? While I might not be as close as a neighbor as your friend Cove, when it comes to states, I grew up right next door. Lucky for me, then. The thought of this seemed to please him greatly. You got the impression that Baxter had a soft spot for these kinds of coincidences. You found this fact about him rather charming. Speaking of which, it's actually a little funny. The land my family home was built on, I suppose you could call it somewhat remote. It's a fair-sized estate, situated a little ways off from the rest of the town. So until I moved into college dorms, I'd go as far as to say that I'd never had neighbors before. His demeanor became more thoughtful at this. As for you, the admission came as something of a surprise. In the time you'd known Baxter, which was admittedly not very long, this was the closest time he'd come to being melancholy. And even then, it was the faintest glimpse. You blinked and it was gone, a slate wiped clean. Another thought caught his fancy, and soon the characteristic grin was back on his face.
Not bad.
In any case, now we are neighbors in the truest sense of the word, at least until my time in Sunset Bird reaches its end. It was a nice thought, in spite of the certain knowledge that it would all soon be over. The two of you shared a look which could be best described as neighborly. How do you like it in Virginia? I'd say I enjoy being there, for the most part. As you can probably imagine, it's quite different from here or back home in Oregon, especially the humidity. Everything seems smaller there, too. In California, it's like the sky goes on forever, and the mountains and the horizon are impossibly far away. Oregon as well. There's a scale there to the scenery that just doesn't compare. Whereas in Virginia, the hills are just that, hills, rather than mountains. Quaint little things, really. And they sort of gently enfold everything. His gaze grew distant again as his mind conjured up memories of the landscape, like he was getting lost among all those quaint little hills. Another good thing about it is the trees. Virginia has plenty of forest cover, like Oregon, so at least in that sense, I'm among the familiar. That tracks. I think I read somewhere that something like 2/3 of Virginia consists of forest, right? 2/3? I can readily believe it. You're well informed, Ryan. His voice took on a hushed, affectionate quality. I must confess, I have a soft spot for trees. There are these beautiful eastern white pines planted all over the college dorms. Magnificent all year round. When summer comes to a close, the needles get everywhere. They fall so thick in places that the ground around is covered in what looks like one big tan shag carpet. If you were to walk underneath any of the branches, you'd be picking needles out of your hair until Christmas. You smiled at the mental image. That must be awful for you. The green and brown would ruin your whole monochrome shtick. His eyes grew wide in a look of mock Okay, I do actually know how to pronounce this word, but my brain has forgotten. That word. Read it for yourself, because for right now, I cannot pronounce it. Indignation or something like that. That's wrong. I've said that word so many times. Sometimes I hate words. You have no idea. All that consideration and careful selection, wasted. Though, of course, I have brown eyes, so I like to think I can make it work if it comes down to that. But you'd rather not have to make that sacrifice, right? A short, sharp grin.
You're incredible.
It's remarkable. You know me so well already. Something about the way he said that made your stomach go a little funny. Baxter exhaled slowly, almost dreamily. That's another good thing about Virginia. That's another good thing Virginia and Oregon have in common. With all the trees around and their variable climate, you truly get the experience of the seasons changing. Summer to fall is especially beautiful. Colors like you would not believe. He was about to get lost in thought again, but then caught himself.
So,
to finally answer your question, yes, I'd say that I like it in Virginia a fair amount. The humidity is still a bit of a sticking point. He narrowed his eyes a fraction as the pun rolled off his tongue without his fully intending it. But at least that's only an issue during the summer months, and happily for me, I've spent my summer elsewhere this year. You smiled a private smile to yourself. Yes, happily for Baxter indeed. What's your hometown like? I don't know if I got around to asking where in Oregon you're from specifically. Right. I suppose I hadn't named the place yet. It's a little town called Golden Grove. Golden Grove. You likely wouldn't have heard of it. Sure enough, you couldn't say you knew anything about the place. The name kinda rang a bell, though. With a name like that, I bet you at 20 I can guess what the local scenery is like. Baxter smiled with all his teeth.
of course.
Of course, there's only one thing that springs to mind, isn't there? It's built on the slope of a mountain and surrounded on all sides by woodland. In the fall, the whole area shines with a golden and orange patina of leaves. You almost forget any other color exists. No wonder they called it something so literal. It does make the place sound grander than it is, though. In truth, it's a small town, though not quite as tiny as Sunset Bird. You can easily stroll the length of this area. In Golden Grove, you'd at least want a bike or similar to make the trip, though some locals do take the walk. It's a quiet, sleepy corner of Oregon where hardly anyone comes or goes. You either moved to the area to settle down or you've lived there all your life to begin with. My ancestors fell into the former category. Myself, the latter. You've left now, though. I have indeed. I guess I bucked the trend in more ways than one. That certainly made sense. Ever since you first met Baxter, he seemed like the kind of guy to always be making waves of some kind or another. Something about the way he said that made you think he meant something else by it, though. Sense of style, you had to have turned a few heads. Personality, you must have stood out. Did you feel out of place there? Feel with a sense of style like that, you had to have turned a few heads. Baxter raised his eyebrows in a look of mock surprise. Owing to my monochromatic predilections? Habits, you mean? No, while my sense of dress might not be in keeping with the local environs? That's not quite what I meant. He hummed thoughtfully and tapped his chin with a forefinger, trying to find precisely the right words. After a moment's pause, he continued. You have to understand that this is a small, rural town. A fair number of the residents are working class. There are some more affluent areas, but...
To be honest,
I suppose you can say that my family has a reputation in those parts as the local people of means. Or perhaps, to put it in more vulgar terms, you're loaded. He snapped his fingers. Precisely. And for better or worse, everyone knows it. If you were to go there and pass my name around, anyone would know who you were talking about. He gave you a meaningful look as he said this. Please don't actually do that. It might embarrass even me. You got the sneaking suspicion that wasn't really his own fluster he was concerned about. He waved a hand with great indifference as if to lazily swat his own words out of the air. You figured that this was all he felt like saying on the subject. If I'm ever in town, I promise I won't throw your acclaimed name around.
very well.
Thank you. You needn't go out of your way on my account. Although if you are ever in the area... His smile took on an air of boyish amusement. I'm not planning on being in Golden Grove anytime soon, but all the same, I get the feeling it might not be long before I meet you there. One way or another. Who can say? With that, his voice trailed off and his gaze drifted to the middle distance in contemplation. Alright. Thanks for telling me.
My pleasure.
It's my pleasure. I'm flattered that you take an interest in my background. Normally I wouldn't talk so much about myself, although lately something has me spilling my feelings left and right. In any case, if you care to indulge me with your questions, I suppose we are both winners in the end. From there, you and Baxter continued poking around until he browsed every shop on the path. He even doubled back around, leading you all the way across again for a second glance. Despite the short length, it was easy to miss something even after a dozen passes through because the area was so packed. But Baxter was satisfied with going through twice. He came to a halt at the end of the path, his attention leaving the shops and landing on you. Thank you once more for showing me this place, and for the gift. He held up the bag with his souvenir safely hidden inside.
Bravo.
This truly has been a fantastic stop on my California sightseeing extravaganza. He inclined his head gracefully. The shopping street was officially a hit. It was nothing, glad it disappoint, not sure if it's really exciting. Thumbs up, shrug. Glad it doesn't disappoint you. Nothing this charming can ever disappoint me. Now, I suppose I need to hold my side of the bargain. I said I'd show you somewhere new, didn't I? Are you still interested in joining me in checking off an outing on my own goal list? Definitely. There's no way I'm letting you off that hook. Fantastic. In that case, we'll need to return to the neighborhood. He sauntered off in the correct direction before clarifying what his plan was, leaving you to trail behind him. With your brain abuzz over all the places he could possibly be taking you, you mentally said goodbye to your old friend, the shopping street. You made it back to Baxter's rented condo and climbed into his also rented car. He brought up directions on his phone, though was careful not to let you catch a glimpse of the destination. He didn't even give you a hint. Then Baxter slipped his phone into the car handle slot for future reference and began to drive. It was exciting to go for a ride in such a luxury car, especially since the endpoint was a mystery. Baxter was in a good mood, too, though wouldn't answer any questions straight. He dodged your attempts to wiggle out information with increasingly coy responses. After how many questions of yours he'd been answering, it was funny to have him suddenly act as if he'd never heard of the concept of sharing information with another person. You didn't push it. Inevitably, this veil of secrets would be removed. You only had to be patient. However, when he finally turned into a parking lot, you admitted it was not what you had been expecting, even if you didn't know what to expect. It was still something you would not have guessed in a million years. On top of the spacious building was a human-sized white pin. The place he wanted to sightsee was at a bowling alley. Baxter led you to the entryway on air-light feet. Even from there, you could hear the clattering of normal-sized pins getting knocked down, cutting into the disco tunes playing in the background. The front desk advertised rates for paying per game versus per hour. Along the wall, a tower of shelves held dozens of shoes in all sorts of sizes, and past that were the shining alleys.
All right.
Here we are. He was content, as if bowling was all his soul needed to find peace. You know, I have been to a bowling alley before. How did you know I've never gone bowling? A bowling alley isn't what most people think is sightseeing. You were at a loss. I'm gonna be nice about this. I'm just gonna do the teasing. You know I have been to a bowling alley before.
Oh?
Fair, but have you been to this particular bowling alley? I know it's quite new. You glance at the sparkling floors, walls, balls, and even couches. It certainly was recently made. Not a thing had any sign of wear and tear, and none of it was familiar. No. Baxter smirked, victorious. Technicalities. I take what I can get. Personally, I've never been bowling in my life. I wanted to try it for longer than I can remember, and well, what better opportunity than when I'm on vacation? Wouldn't it be so much stranger to try it whilst I live my regular life? The life that I must remind you never had bowling in it before? It would be entirely unexplainable. Here, I'm a tourist, doing new things as part of my job description. Won't argue with that logic, it's okay to have fun at home too. I mean, I won't argue with that logic, but like this. It's okay to have fun at home too. You're right, of course. But he was less sure than usual, like some of the boldness you associated with him had been extinguished. It's easier said than done to always live limitlessly. I guess. Going bowling didn't seem that limiting. You hoped he wouldn't stop living happily when he left town. That wasn't a question you were willing to ask, though. Hanging out with Baxter, seeing firsthand how he was living, you were compelled to ask yourself, had you really done everything you wanted to? You were reminded of the fact that your time in Sunset Bird had its own limits, and you could very well be reaching the end of that line soon. This would be the last summer you had before becoming an adult, before taking your first step into everything that lay beyond. Sometimes, lying in wake in bed at night, you would feel the tension, like a bubble in your chest. The worry, the excitement, the anticipation of what the future might hold. Before that, how could you make the most of what remained? You weren't sure how to answer those questions, but in the current occasion, at least you didn't have the chance to ponder them further. Baxter chimed in again, your train of thought evaporated. Now then, should we get in line? They seem to be popular today, or perhaps this is considered a slow day. I have no basis of comparison. But we might be waiting for a lane. It's alright. The two of you join the queue at the counter. Though the bowling alleys were indeed full, you got your booking in and were handed rental shoes for when an opening came. Baxter flashed you a charming smile and insisted on paying.
Of course.
Since you were so generous as to gift me a keepsake. Fine. I paid at my spot, so I guess you can at yours. Exactly. You laced up your shoes for a sec, and that was it in terms of finishing preparation. There was time aplenty to kill before your round would begin. Well, since you are here... what are you studying in college? I'm studying for a business administration and management degree. The expectation is that I will manage and or administer at some company in the future. He tilted his head, aware of the silly way he put it. Nothing too specific, I'm afraid. That sounds cool. Wow, I never would have guessed. Studies going well. Management, do you enjoy it? Yeah, management, do you enjoy it then? I'd say so, yes. I think it plays to my strengths and interests rather well. It might not surprise you to know that I can be a touch particular. I know the importance of coherence with individuals acting in well-coordinated fashion. And I like things to function well, for systems to operate smoothly.
Honestly.
I confess, you could call me controlling at times. Not with people, but with processes. Especially when it comes to enacting plans. I'd much rather act under my own steam than follow someone else's lead. I'm only flexible with the personal, not the business aspects of life. He spread his palms matter-of-factly. But that's enough about my aspirations. You know my story, so what about you, Ryan? I'm curious to know what the world has in store for you further down the line. I'll have you know that you are looking at a fully fledged high school graduate.
Really?
Oh, really? My congratulations. It's an achievement to be proud of. If it's not too much to ask, where do you see yourself next? College? Straight into a career, perhaps? We're gonna tell him about our future plans? At your reply, Baxter moved in slightly, his eyes sparkling. Since you responded positively, he had no qualms about letting his curiosity show. My story's a little different from yours. I was thinking about going straight into working full-time. Baxter attentively waited for you to finish and then nodded encouragingly. I think it's wonderful that you have something you're inspiring to already. I wish you the best of luck. It's an exciting thing, taking the first step on your journey.
You know.
You never truly know just where you'll end up. Take me, for instance. I've never lived outside my hometown until I left for college. And look at me now. All of a sudden, I'm in California, of all places, cavorting about with a charming new friend. His brown eyes met yours briefly. Isn't that delightful? Life is nothing if not full of unexpected developments. I like to think we're doing what we can to make the most of that. I didn't have to be here, and you could have pretended no one new had appeared in your small town and gone on as usual. It's kind of you to say. Sometimes I wish I had your confidence. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes next.
Glad to hear it.
I feel the same way about finding out where things go from here and now. Besides, we've only been talking about work and school and such. There's much more to life than that. The world would be altogether too dull otherwise. You might not remember me mentioning it when we first met, but my most fulfilling hobby is ballroom dancing. It's a true passion of mine. You seem to remember him saying something along those lines. It's important to have genuine hobbies, don't you think? Speaking of hobbies, I'm an artist. Baxter inclined his head, attentive to your words.
I see.
That's interesting. I had no idea. I'd be glad to hear more about it sometime if you care to elaborate further. I can't say I have any experience in the area myself. If I'm being honest, I do want to pursue it as a career somehow. I know you were talking about stuff outside of work, but... Oh, that's alright, Ryan. I'm sure I can find it in my heart to forgive you. There's nothing wrong with turning something that you love into a career. For many people, that's the ideal scenario. In my case, while I enjoy it for its own merits, I'd be wrong to imply that ballroom dancing is totally without, shall we say, remunerative benefits. I did not say that correctly. But it doesn't make money. It's basically what that's saying. His tone took on a sly edge, and his eyes brightened with amusement. For those with a certain level of skill, there's some money to be had in the competitive scene, prize winnings and such. Your mouth flew open in mock indignation. Wow, and here I was thinking dance was just an innocent pastime for you. I should have known you had something up your sleeves. Baxter laughed heartily, his face apologetic.
I apologize.
I'm so sorry to have deceived you, but I wasn't lying when I described it as a true passion of mine. Any additional compensation is nothing more than a fringe benefit. You made a show of thinking about it. I'll forgive you. Someday. Maybe. Baxter snorted quietly. I'll be on tenterhooks until then. In any case, thank you for indulging me on the topic. I had fun. The conversation successfully filled the waiting period, and an attendant suddenly called you over. A lane was free. Excellent. Thank you. Together you headed over to the rack of house balls, where Baxter began to size them up. So, they come in different weights. Interesting. He touched a forefinger to his chin, pondering the choice carefully. You picked... Restrunk. Heavier ball. You easily picked up one of the heavier bowling balls on offer, giving it a test swing. Seeing your choice, Baxter nodded approvingly. That seems like a good choice. More momentum and all that. I was thinking about along the same lines, actually. As promised, he went to pick up an identical ball.
Oh.
This is a bit heftier than I expected. We're shrunk. Look at you. Little twink boy. Baxter struggled to hold the ball. His voice, while relatively calm, still betrayed a fair amount of strain. With both hands, he cautiously lowered the heavy house ball onto the rack. Someone else might have been embarrassed by this, but Baxter shrugged it off with ease. He picked up an ebony black medium weight ball instead. That's better. Now, care to take the first shot? Sure, I can go first. Marvelous. I'm looking forward to this. Best of luck, Ryan. Mr. Monochrome took a seat on the striking red couch to watch. Him and that couch together almost looked like some kind of modern art display. But you weren't at a gallery, you were at a bowling alley, and he was waiting for you. You eyed the pins at the far end of the lane, gouging the distance. A breath in, a breath out, you raised the ball behind you, took a few steps forwards, and swung. Oh, we're striking. We're strong and good at bowling. Strike! The pins flew in all directions with that satisfying clatter. You're pretty good at this game, all told. Should be a piece of cake. Baxter applauded enthusiastically, his brows raised in admiration.
You are incredible.
Very well done. An impressive first move. Your hit had struck Baxter as well, though after that initial amazement, he pulled a comically pained expression, grimacing with all his teeth. I suppose I better prepare myself for a total victory on your part. Hadn't you considered going easy on me? He was kidding. Two could play at that game. Not a chance. Better buckle up, Baxter. And your turn was over. You took a seat on the faux leather just as Baxter limbered up for his first shot of the game.
All right.
Let's see how this goes, then. He turned the ball over in his hands a few times, as though it were an alien object. You eventually figured out he was searching for the holes to put his fingers through. It was more than obvious that he never so much as touched a bowling ball before. After more fumbling, he managed to work out the grip. Wish me luck! Not one for hesitation, Baxter took a couple large strides and sent the ball rolling. It hurled down the lane straight on, at first. Oh dear. You watched as the ball curved massively to one side. It reached the end of the lane barely. It clipped the very back corner pin, which fell over right as the ball dropped into the gutter. 1 point for Baxter. He turned to you and grimaced playfully. Can you tell this is new to me? What? Really? And here I thought the goal of bowling was to pass the ball through without touching a single pin. If only. I'd be a savant. Well, here's hoping I can do a touch better than that. Baxter retrieved his ball and rolled his shoulders, taking form in front of the lane. His brow was furrowed in concentration. He wasn't as hasty as before. He took his time to line up the next shot. 1 step, 2 steps, a 3rd step, and release! It shot off like a cannonball, barreling ahead. It still curved slightly at the last moment to knock one of the center pins head on. 5 more points. Baxter nodded to himself, satisfied at the improvement.
Not bad.
60% success is plenty for a first attempt. It's all part of the learning process. I must say, I'm enjoying myself so far. Your turn, Ryan. As the game proceeded, you and Baxter settled into a rhythm. You exchanged friendly chatter between frames, with the odd quip or moment of celebration thrown in. It was a comfortable way to pass the afternoon. In an idle moment, you found yourself wondering more about Baxter again. The two of you would be there for a while yet, and if you felt inclined, it wouldn't be too hard to strike up a more in-depth conversation. Pun very much intended. Family. We're asking about family. Baxter straightened up properly. He guessed you would ask about this sooner or later.
Honestly.
It's not the most exciting story, all told. My immediate family consists of my mother and father and myself. For better or worse, I am an only child. This tends not to surprise people. His voice took on a slightly lilting quality, as if he were reciting something he practiced many times over. In many ways, my parents are the prototypical example of success. They're affluent, sophisticated, and have a wide-reaching and influential social circle. As families go, I suppose I'd have to say that we are a happy set. As sometimes happened with Baxter, you weren't convinced he was giving you the whole picture. So, what about not in general? His eyes narrowed knowingly, and his mouth pressed into a thin smirk. You're not content? I might have known. I love my parents, but that's not to say that there aren't complaints to be had. It's a mutual feeling. They understand care through the lens of control and protection. That's been their way ever since I was young. In that sense, they treat me no different from a child.
Odd.
But, of course, they're quiet, educated, esteemed, and a tad old. As is their company most days. That's not the environment to act as a kid. That meant I've always been expected to behave with the maturity of someone their own age, or perhaps even older somehow. A bit of a paradox, isn't it? Doing everything as an adult would while getting the respect an infant does. As for me, I think of myself as much more of a free spirit at heart. I'm my own person, and I like to enjoy life in whatever way I see fit.
Well.
You could say I'm a bit of a rebel. He said it almost furtively, like he divulged some important personal secret. I can see that. You're the politest rebel I've ever met. Ooh, so you're a bad boy. I wouldn't have put you down as a troublemaker. You nodded. I can see that. Politest. We're just gonna go straight in with, ooh, so you're a bad boy. He grinned, leaned closer, and met your gaze with a meaningful look. There was a heat to it that spread all the way to the pit of your stomach.
Absolutely.
The very worst. You're courting danger simply by being near me. Ironically, I would do something like this. Be like, oh yeah, I'm a total rebel. I'm so dangerous. Run away. His voice dropped a fraction lower. That makes you something of a rebel too. A heartbeat, a pause. Then he broke eye contact and moved away. When his gaze returned to you, his usual affable smile returned with it. Speaking of your parents, where are they now? You didn't mention them visiting Sunset Bird. They're at home, most likely. I don't know for sure. Huh. That was odd to you. Why did Baxter come to here during his semester off instead of going back to his family home? I didn't want to stay with them, or go back home to Oregon at all, in fact. More rebellious behavior on my part, you see. His tone was a strange mixture of proud and diffident, like he knew how frivolous it sounded but had decided to own it anyway.
Now.
Mother and father agreed to me vacationing on my own, but under the condition that they would have the choice of where I stayed. California being fairly close by, and Sunset Bird being so quaint, not to mention our prior excursions to the area, they concluded that this was the easiest way to keep me out of trouble. They had it all planned out, a safe summer holiday for their only child. You couldn't help but be surprised at that. He said a similar thing when you two first met, actually, that his parents had sent him here to keep it from being exciting. Sure, Sunset Bird was small and sleepy for the most part, but it was still the Californian coast, and Prism Vista City was right there. What part of that was unexciting, especially since he had his own rental car? Maybe your parents should have thought this through a little more. A summer in SoCal is the worst they could come up with. As you posed this question, Baxter's casual demeanor underwent a change. His customary relaxed smile took on a wickedly sharp edge, and his eyes flashed with devilish mischief. The change was so surprising that you couldn't help but imagine what his prim and proper parents would think if they were here to see it. He shifted closer, conspiratorially, and spoke in a hushed voice.
So?
Do you know what the legal age requirement is for renting a car in the state of California? I'm pretty sure you have to be... Oh, I didn't even think about that, actually. Until they pointed it out in this DLC. He's always had this fucking rental car. I don't know if it's a countrywide thing. Is it state by state? Most places I've been to, you have to be 25 in order to rent a car. So... But I don't actually know how old... I'm just gonna say 18. It's 21 in California. In some places it's 25. Maybe they changed it to 21 now. I don't know. It's a weird rental car requirement. It's 21. He said it totally casually, almost without inflection. I, however, am 19. It took a moment for his words to register. Wait, Baxter was 19? And the legal age for renting... Oh. You were rendered momentarily speechless. All this time and you had no idea. Baxter carried on speaking, not noticing or politely ignoring the implosion your thought process was undergoing. The truth of the matter is that my parents, being uncreative people, had full confidence that I wouldn't be able to rent a car. That's why Sunset Bird was chosen as my destination.
It's doable.
But I don't have the same issue. There are always ways around the age limitation, as you might have gathered. Since I'm over 18 and have control over my own bank accounts, I honestly don't know why they bothered trying at this point. Hello, welcome! Good morning, or is it afternoon yet? Kinda afternoon. This whole situation tickled you a little. It had to be extra work to get hold of the car, and all Baxter did with it was sightseeing. Even when law-breaking, there was something so proper about him. So how did you manage it? It wasn't all that difficult, honestly. I didn't have to do anything awful, don't worry. I have a large number of social connections myself. Members of the dance circuit, acquaintances from the country club, fellow students from college, miscellaneous family friends. The list goes on. The point is, I'm fortunate enough to have a connection in the area who has an extra car, which is mine to use provided I covered the costs, plus a little extra, of course. Doing pretty good. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. The throwaway nature of this last part gave you pause. Baxter's idea of a little would probably put Cliff Holden's $20 to shame. Okay, that's good to know, I guess. Splendid. Glad that's squared away. He gave you a saccharine smile. All honey. And that, for now, was that. In what felt like no time at all, you arrived at the final frame of the match. You glanced up at the scoreboard. You were ahead by a wide margin, and had been since the game started. Your rounds had pretty much been all strikes and spares. Baxter, meanwhile, contented himself with avoiding the gutter, though he didn't even manage that every turn. Still, the big gap in score didn't dampen his fun. You finished your final frame with 3 consecutive strikes. Baxter whistled through his teeth. Some people in nearby lanes even applauded politely at the spectacle. In total? I think it's been a little over a month now. I think. When did I start? Month and a half? Something like that, I would say. Yeah. Good morning, Kobe. Do you know how long I've been streaming for? It's been a month and a half, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Baxter took a far different approach to his last chance. He had nothing to lose after all. The game had been long lost already. So he attempted bowling with his back turned. The ball made it onto the lane, rolling straight and true, and right down the drain it went. Baxter merely laughed. I finished as I began, in the gutter. Then Baxter came over and offered you his hand to shake, the very model of sporting behavior. Sure, we'll shake hands. Baxter grasped your hand firmly, and the two of you shook. He grinned.
Thanks.
Thank you for the game, Ryan. I had a lot of fun. I tried my best, but you have got the better of me at the end. Congratulations. Did great for your first try. Better luck next time. I am the champion. It's me. It was a good time. He simply smiled. As much as I want to say this, we're going to go with you did great for your first try.
That's sweet.
You're too kind. It really seemed as though he was happy to have played it all, never mind that he didn't win. The joy of a new experience was what mattered to Baxter in the end. The game reaching its conclusion, you wandered over to the main counter to return your rental shoes. Your sightseeing bowling adventure was finished. No, I have a credit section for who did my... Oh, thank you for the follow. Did the PNG tuber and, like, my scenes and stuff. But the actual banner and, like, little icon stuff is... I did that, technically. So, I did my own banner. As you left the building, Baxter was quiet. He must have had something on his mind. He lifted his face to the twilight sky, then met your eyes. Well, we've had our fun, and the day is getting short on time. I suppose we could return to the neighborhood now. Look, there's a couple words in this that I can't tell if they're mistakes or they're like They're just written out weirdly. Like, I know. Sometimes I can't tell what's a mistake and what... I appreciate it, but no thank you right now. I'm not really looking into buying any art or anything like that at the moment. Alright. That was a question, not a statement. Baxter touched his chin in contemplation. He hadn't struck you as altogether thrilled by the idea, and coincidentally said that exact thing out loud.
To be honest,
To tell the truth, it'd be disappointing to go home. Would it be asking too much for this to last a little while longer? I'm not sure about you, but after the thrill of our bowling match, I've become rather hungry. Could I treat you to dinner? Or at least we could attend a meal together. I know! The first time his voice came on when I started this one, I was like, ah! It does. Now that Baxter had mentioned it, you realized your stomach was totally empty. You've been out and about for hours. Honestly, I'm starved. Even the bowling balls were starting to look appetizing back there. The prospect of having more opportunity to hang out lightened Baxter's already chipper mood. That's excellent. He furrowed his brow in thought, tapping a forefinger to his cheek. His attention drifted away from you as he cast his mind around for ideas. Something caught his fancy eventually. His eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled upwards.
perfect.
That could work. It's ideal, even. Care to share your idea with the audience? His gaze swept back to you, and he grinned wholeheartedly. So far today, we focused on locations, which were new to one or both of us. That's all been good fun, but it may be nice to end our little outing on a different note. Perhaps you see where I'm going with this? He tilted his head playfully, giving his smile even more of a bend. Baxter was nudging you in the right direction. Is he inviting us back to his place? Is that what's happening right now? For our meal, we could go somewhere that's familiar. I'm sure you can think of a suitable place. Somewhere you've both been before. Oh, wait, of course, there was a perfect venue for an evening meal. One he and you were both well familiar with. You mean the Cypress? Oh. Oh, is that where we were going with that? Oh. Right, the country club. That's totally not your apartment. Right. The country club where you first met all those years ago. It was exactly the kind of place Baxter would prefer. He beamed, relieved that you caught on.
Bravo.
Exactly. If that's agreeable with you as well, I could take us there right now. Yeah, I'd like that. As I get over my crushing disappointment that you weren't inviting us back to your place. Having settled on a place to eat, Baxter led you to his car with a spring in his step. That prospect of a jaunt to the Cypress obviously delighted him. You sped towards the general direction of Sunset Bird in the midst of its namesake period of day. The faint wisps of clouds overhead were painted a pale orange. Just give me 1 second. Yes. Sorry about that. When he pulled up to the country club, the sun was hanging behind the trees which lined the golf courses. You were led out to the recognizable dining area right away by a host, where a table for two was nestled in a quiet corner. He passed you menus and excused himself. A woman in a handsome waistcoat and jacket was beginning to light candles for the coming night. She paused that to attend to the new guests. Good evening. I'll get you water immediately. Is there anything else I can bring? Good evening to you. One moment. Ryan, I'm familiar with their offerings. Would you like to order now? Yes, please. You'd mentally gone over what you wanted on the drive. Baxter smiled sweetly at the waitress, who readied a notepad to take your orders. It got sorted shortly, and she took her leave. After that, there was nothing to do but make yourselves comfortable. It felt nice to have some time to relax. You reclined in your chair, stretching out your legs and idly peering around. You'd come at a good time. It was the middle of the week, and earlier in the evening than many people would go out to dinner. As it was, you had the entire place to yourselves. Baxter shifted into his seat, the wicker creaking quietly. He rested an arm casually over the back of it. The bag with his souvenir was sitting to one side on the table in front of him. He had brought it from the car. He must be intending to open it here. It looked like he was the birthday boy preparing to unwrap his present at a celebratory meal. You chuckled, imagining that. A soft sigh broke the comfortable silence. It's a pity it's so quiet. I'd have loved for them to be some music. He flashed you a lopsided grin. Or dancing, even. That's asking for too much, I know. However, when I visited Cyprus, either here or home, it's livelier than this. Such a shame, but I suppose they can't have a soiree every night. At least we were able to dance together last time. I still find it hard to believe that this is where we first met. I still find it hard to believe that this is where we first met. Baxter hummed in agreement.
Understandable.
Yes, it was quite an extraordinary sequence of events that led us to this moment, isn't it? Almost too good to be true. He threaded his fingers through his hair and laughed softly, as if struck again by the absurdity of it all. It's times such as these where it feels as though you're close to something magical, wouldn't you say? The fingers of fate reaching through time to touch the strings of our lives. It could have so easily never happened. That's what I find strange. A few choices made differently, and we might never have even crossed paths at all. He shuddered dramatically, as if the prospect chilled him despite the summer warmth. It doesn't bear thinking about. The serious note to his words was gone in an instant, replaced once more with his usual playful timbre. He struck a thoughtful profile, resting his chin in his hands and then peeking at you slyly from the corners of his eyes.
You know,
I first saw you standing there on the edge of the dance floor. It was captivating to see someone my age so put together. It can be easy for formal wear to fade into the background at those kinds of events. Everyone looks the same, but you were able to make the style something of your own. You were easily the best dressed partner going. I was delighted to take your attention as well, if only for one dance. You met Baxter's gaze, despite the faint flush in your cheeks, and gave a wry smirk. I'd say thanks, but I bet you say that to all the people you dance with. Baxter grinned despite your teasing, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Of course! Absolutely everyone I've reunited on a chance visit to California gets the same treatment. All of them. Baxter laughed at that, the sound ringing clear as a bell over the empty patio, the grass and the water as the sun's dying light caught them all. You miss this place. It had been too long since your last visit. Excuse me. Your train of thought was interrupted by the sound of the waitress arriving with your food. 2 steaming plates were placed in front of you, and then you were alone again. Neither you nor Baxter wasted any time tucking in. The food was as good as you remembered, and by all accounts, Baxter was content with his choice too. But you didn't necessarily have to eat in perfect silence. You searched for a topic of conversation. Ugh. Thank you, Kobe. I guess we have no choice but to be like, what's up with the black and white thing? Because, like, eh. He looked down at his outfit and shrugged.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think of it as being much of a thing. Black and white happen to be my favorite colors. Come on, no one else is going around in two-tone looks every day of their life. You even dyed your hair to match. Baxter quietly absorbed your words with a wry smile, clearly more amused than embarrassed. For all that he just downplayed it, he totally owned this strange quirk of his character.
Alright.
Alright, I admit it. One could say I'm rather dedicated to the aesthetic as a whole. I came to it gradually, though I've had some level of affection for black and white ever since I was a small child. Anyone who knew me back then could have told you as much. I was very forthright and outspoken about my preferences, as children can often be. But it wasn't until a few years ago that I made the conscious decision to align my fashion choices with that underlying attachment. It was around then that I came to understand how clothing could be an expression of your personality, a way of showing yourself to the world. I wanted to make a statement, you could say, so I started experimenting with a more grayscale look, and began selectively tailoring my wardrobe around the limited palette. To start with, like most people, I had associated black and white with a more formal taste in styles. Tuxedo, dinner suit, tailcoats, and the like. I mean, nothing wrong with a tailcoat. A waistcoat, though. Can we imagine Baxter in a waistcoat for a moment? Yeah. But as I looked further beyond my own social group, I found a diverse range of alternative subcultures which drew upon the monochrome theme. There was a lot of appeal for me there as well. I ended up adapting many of them into my own personal sense of taste.
So,
The rest, as they say, is history. That actually made a lot of sense now that it was all laid out in front of you. It was like that one small choice early on had snowballed, gathering momentum as time went on, and now it formed a core part of who he was. But if that were the case, then the question remained. So what made you like black and white in the first place? As a kid, I mean. Oh, that. He leaned in closer and playfully threaded his fingers together under his chin. Can you guess? What? It wasn't like him to beat about the bush. The fact that he was choosing to toy with you even a little about this was not what you'd prepared for. Standard formal colors, zebras, black and white movies. I want to actually say the zebra comment. It's not zebras. It can't be zebras, but like... It's probably off of the standard formal colors or too grown up for colorful things. But I just want to say, you must really love zebras. Not quite. I do have a fondness for most black and white animals, in fact, and certainly zebras are majestic creatures. But I prefer horses on the whole. You can't tame a zebra. People have tried, actually. They have an incredible ducking reflex and a very nasty bite. In any case, that's not the reason I latched onto black and white as colors.
See?
I'll try and make it easier for you. The crux of the matter is this. Why do I, Baxter Ward, like the colors black and white so much? His voice took on a strange quality, placing a lot of emphasis on certain words. He was obviously trying to guide your thought process here, but you couldn't quite work it out. Wait. Does he like black and white because it's the same initials as Baxter Ward? Is that why? Is that why? Seriously? Oh my goodness. Okay, wait a minute. Black and white. Baxter Ward. No! It's because of your initials? Oh my god, I figured it out before he told us. He grinned from ear to ear, the punchline finally revealed. A face of sheer delight. You got it. Brilliant, isn't it? And I have to give you credit. You managed to see the picture without every piece of the puzzle. Simple boy. With that sort of thing, he should have gone into fashion instead of business management. He could have had his own line, BW. Does it stand for Baxter Ward? Or does it stand for black and white? Who knows? The truth is, my full name is Baxter Alexander Ward. 3 out of 3. Oh my god! BAW. Black and white. He even included the "and" with that. No! Who thought of this storyline? Seriously, who thought of this? He rested his chin in his hands and beamed at you, the very picture of smugness. You'd hardly seen him discontented in all the time you've known him. Such a perfect coincidence. I can't believe that's the reason, but why would that cause such a lifelong obsession? That's adorable, question mark? I have no words. Okay, real life is I can't believe that's the reason. In-game Ryan is gonna say that's adorable, question mark? Baxter just giggled boyishly at your response and swept his fingers idly through his bangs. I confess, as a child I came to believe that black and white had to be a part of my identity as soon as I realized how well it coincided with my own name. It felt almost like magic in a way. Names carry power and importance. Kids love those kinds of coincidences. It's part of the mystery of youth. Magic, huh? You were reminded of something that had happened earlier. Is that why you reacted when I mentioned the amazing Alexander? Because it's your middle name?
You're good.
Ah, well spotted. That's correct again. You could say I wish to be an amazing Alexander in my own right. I've always been fond of my full name. It's a very nice name. I like it too. It suits you to a T. Thank you for sharing it with me. His smile was contagious. It suits you to a T. I think so too. At any rate, I'm sure you can understand at last why I'm so attached to it, and to my favorite colors. You certainly did. Who knew that such a simple question would lead to such a strange and unexpected answer? In the past few minutes, you ended up learning much more than you bargained for about the hidden depths of Baxter Alexander Ward. You passed the rest of the meal with idle chatter, exchanging anecdotes and silly stories. Everything was easier with some good food at hand. Eventually, dinner ended, the dishes were cleared, and the bill sent for. One of the things you discussed was who'd pay. You'd pay for yours, he'd pay for his. It was the fairest way, split right in half. You'd pay for his, and he'd pay for yours. It was a little more fun that way. He'd be willing to cover it, and you accepted the generosity. You insisted on paying the whole bill. It was going to be your treat. I kind of like this option. You pay for his, and he paid for yours. That. And now, he reached over to place his hand on the wrapped-up souvenir. It had sat patiently next to his plate for the whole meal.
Exciting.
I've been eagerly awaiting the right opportunity to open this. No time like the present, wouldn't you agree? Yeah, I want to see what you think. And you will. He pulled the gift squarely in front of him with a great deal of ceremony, as though it were a beautifully wrapped present with an enormous bow on the top. It was generous of him to play pretend. There was certainly nothing fancy about a cheap plastic bag with "thank you for shopping" printed all down the sides. He closed his eyes and with tentative fingers reached inside and pulled out the souvenir you bought. When he lifted his lids and finally saw it for the first time, his brow raised in appreciation. He turned the driftwood statue over in his hands, appraising it from multiple angles as the warm, dusky glow bathed it in gold. He brought the little wooden bird up level with his face to meet its hollowed eyes. He smiled softly, then held it up to the light at arm's length. What a charming creature! A perfect mascot for Sunset Bird, wouldn't you say? The craftsmanship is indeed delightful. Actually, I saw this myself and considered buying it. I'm delighted we've been reunited by happy chance. Almost like the two of us. It's a wonderful gift. I couldn't have chosen better myself. Having a drop of bright California sunshine to brighten up my college dorm is the very thing I need.
So charming.
I'll be reminded of you every time I look at it. Thank you, Ryan. You're welcome. I knew you'd like it. I'm that good. Baxter chuckled, and you were happy to see it. For all your big talk, it was a relief to know that Baxter appreciated the souvenir you picked out. He gingerly placed the driftwood statue back in the bag. For safekeeping. I'd be distraught if anything happened to it. Once the bill came and went, Baxter cleared his throat and made to stand. Shall we? You checked around for your belongings and nodded. Yeah, let's go home. Wonderful. You headed through the club and out into the parking lot. Night was beginning to fall in earnest. As you settled into the car, you found yourself gazing back at the cypress. In your head, you thanked it for so many good years of fine food and happy memories. It had been a good day. A lifetime of good days. And because of Baxter, it had offered you even more to be grateful for. That meeting was a gift to you from your old friend. The last of the daylight was long gone by the time you finally returned to your neighborhood. Baxter had gone more slowly than when you left, content to enjoy the drive, almost as if you were trying to delay the end of your sightseeing trip for a little while longer. You felt the same. It had been a special day in many ways. You sighed, forlorn, as the car pulled onto your street at last. Baxter parked and killed the engine. Then he shifted in the driver's seat, his hands still on the wheel, to face you. I've really appreciated your company today, Ryan. I have to confess, I had an itinerary planned in the event that you declined my invitation. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't want you to feel obligated to humor me, so I'm not lonely. I managed perfectly well. But in the end, I'm grateful it didn't come to that. It was infinitely preferable having the chance to spend a few hours in your company.
Thank you.
I don't know if you feel the same, or if you did indeed tag along as a favor to me. Either way, thank you. Baxter finished his brief speech and released the wheel. He made as if to get out of the car without waiting for a response. Happy to do it. Wanted to spend more time with you. I'm glad you invited me. I appreciate the chance to get to know you. This one, maybe? Glad or wanted? I'll just go. I wanted to spend more time with you. He glanced back, eyes bright. Baxter was awfully pleased, making no attempts to hide that fact. You realized that he'd really been asking you a question in his own roundabout way. He was hoping you enjoyed his being there too. It was nice that you could make him happy with such a simple thing. Baxter cleared his throat and shifted in place. His pretend escape plan hadn't included taking off the seatbelt. He ended it then. Me. You moved to do the same, and the two of you got out of the car into the warm night air. A goodbye was on the tip of your tongue when Baxter's voice gave you pause. Ryan? You turned to where Baxter stood. Baxter was leaning casually against the hood, one hand in his pants pocket. He has two hands in his pockets right now.
Forgive me.
It's been a long day, and I'm sure you're tired of questions at this point. If you'll indulge me a while longer, I did have something else in mind to ask. That didn't bother you. You smiled to show that, if anything, you'd been the one asking most of the questions. Go ahead. One corner of Baxter's mouth lifted in a crooked half-smile. He stood up properly, and he continued. Thanks. Well, as I must repeat, today has been a particularly lovely, all the lovelier for having spent it with you. And I wonder, would it be too forward of me to consider our time together a date? A date? A beat? You blinked. Wait, a date? Your voice came out a bit squeaky with surprise. Not for the first time today, Baxter had managed to catch you completely off guard. It wasn't lost on him either, but whereas before Baxter might have been delighted in getting such a reaction out of you, the expression he gave now was gentle, friendly. How funny, considering the entirely more than friendness of the subject. He ran a hand absent-mindedly through his hair, searching for the most delicate way to put his bluntness. Have I read the signals wrong? It wasn't the underlying intention when I asked, I assure you. I got the impression of what this may be, or could be, partway through. And if I'm not entirely off, I'd be far more curious to inquire on whether I might consider any future outings together as dates as well. He edged in closer.
To cut to the chase,
Ah!
I'm asking you out.
Did that have to have a voice line? Sorry, this required water. You have to give me a moment. So the one thing we haven't gotten to with this game, because we're just getting to romance now, I get very giddy at these parts. So, no one usually witnesses this. Okay. To cut to the chase, I'm asking you out. That is, if you'd like to spend more time with me, and I'm assuming you would even want to date a man. Okay, that was absolutely a date. We should have another. I don't treat things that lightly. Why would you want to date me? I don't understand. We barely know each other. I could date a guy. I guess you're comfortable with me. That's an interesting... I kind of want to know the answer to that one. On another playthrough, I would do this one, but we're too confident in this playthrough to actually ask him, why would you want to date with me? Okay, so I have a feeling this is going to be the choice we're going to choose. That was absolutely a date. We should absolutely have another. But I want to see what this answer is. So I'm going to do this one, then I'm going to go back and actually click the answer we're going to give. Because I just want to see what this response is. Of, I could date a guy, I guess you're comfortable with me. The fact that he'd already expressed an interest in you made it kind of obvious. Still, it was important for you to be certain. Is that an invitation? Okay, no gender preference. Okay, I just wanted to see how he would answer that one. But our official answer is going to be that was absolutely a date and we should absolutely have another because we're not fucking around on this playthrough.
In that case...
Then well, before I get too carried away in excitement, I must own to the fact that this is not a grand romantic overture. I doubt you would believe me if I was claiming to be your one and only for all time. Dude, just one date. Slow down. He placed a palm to his chest and met your gaze with a crooked smile. I am nominating myself as a suitor for the season. A charming summer adventure. No more nor less. Literally, Kobe, I don't know if you were here earlier when he first, at the beginning of this, when he first sent the text message. Like, I was expecting us to start promenading with the way he speaks half the time. Like... So a fling, basically, only you would describe it like that. You pondered this strange situation. Okay. Choices again. We're not staring, we're not pondering. The emphasis on the you implies that this choice will bring it around to that we don't consider it just a fling. And just a fling is just clarifying. Okay, I'm gonna look at one choice and then look at the other, and then I'll decide which of these is going to be the official one. Again, because sometimes I have to do that. Because I can go backwards in this game. Let's see what the only you would describe it like that will be. Laughed. Shrugged. He wasn't about to argue with you about that, but he did make one more attempt to get his idea across. Okay. So a fling. He's kind of saying the same thing. Yeah. He's saying the same thing with both of them. There's a little more wordage with this one. We'll go with only you would describe it like that. Baxter laughed, self-effacing, and shrugged. He wasn't about to argue with you about that, but he did make one more attempt to get his idea across. I don't care about what label you choose to put to this arrangement. I could be your boyfriend or nothing at all. And you could also change your mind without consequence if you find out it's not what you imagined further down the line. That's how you feel. I can live with it. That makes sense. Yeah, I get it already. Consider yourself suited. I'm sorry, I can't do that after all. Okay. Our character's too blunt. So we're just gonna go with, yeah, I get it already. Consider yourself suited. At your words, he beamed at you, his face bright in the darkness.
Lovely.
Thank you. You've already given me so much in my time here. I've been very fortunate to have you as my neighbor. And for now, as something else. His tone was measured and polite as ever, but you couldn't help but hear an excited edge to his words. As if he were internally bouncing on the balls of his feet with anticipation, because he wouldn't do it on the outside. This smile of Baxter's was your favorite. Seeing it, you were already glad to have accepted his offer, on top of your own personal feelings. It was cute to have such an impact on him. Underneath his peculiarities, Baxter was a sweetheart. But once the initial rush had died down, your thoughts drifted to more practical matters. What would you say to people? What would you call this thing between you? You put the question to Baxter, whose eyes lifted up along the edges. Would you care if I told my family or not? My friends are going to find out for sure, though. What a delightful first concern. It's up to you how we go about it. If it's not something you feel comfortable talking about, then I wouldn't insist. My preference would be to not treat it as a secret, however. I'm proud to be doing this. But again, I'm a visitor, and this is your home. The choice is ultimately yours. Okay. If you're okay with that, I don't mind telling people. I don't mind if you're honest about it. We can tell people it's cool. I'd rather not tell my moms and sister. Just because they'll be annoying about it. However, I also don't want to do the secretive shit, so... we can tell people. It's cool. Excellent. I'll speak casually about it then. My parents are likely to hear the news eventually, though I don't expect you to speak to them. Oh, alright. Now, as much as it pains me to say, I shouldn't keep you any longer.
I'm here if you need me.
Thank you again for a wonderful day, Ryan. If you ever want another, you can call or text me. I'm very able to drop what I'm doing and come see you. Or, alternatively, you're welcome to come by my place whenever it strikes you. I'll be in touch too, though, so don't feel pressured to initiate. He lifted his hand in a cheery wave, staying put in order to see you head
Good
home.
night.
Have a good night. At this, the closing moment of your day together, it struck you how much of an impact he had on you in such a short time. You cast your mind back further to 5 years ago. It was still so surreal to think about, the mysterious boy who had vanished without a trace once the night was over. Not only had he shown up again after all this time, but he moved into the neighborhood, and now you were dating? The absurdity made your head spin. Your chest ached with a profound emotion that you didn't have a name for. Like you were seeing the beauty and complexity of the universe laid bare. But you can mull over those thoughts another time. It was getting late, and he was waiting for you. In your parting moment with Baxter, you waved a fond farewell, gave him a hug goodnight, left him with a parting kiss. What do you think we're fucking doing? Baxter was initially frozen by your initiative. You outpaced even him, but not for long. He quickly leaned in to return the kiss. He rested his hands on your shoulders as he tilted his face and stretched up to meet you. Oh, we're taller than him, right? I forgot. We're like abnormally tall. We're like giant people. Giant, gangly, strong people. It was kind of adorable. His lips were soft against yours. The kiss was chaste, tender. Your eyes were shut, but you could feel his mouth curl upwards with contentment. You opened them again, and there was his face, as dazzling as the stars. Being with him that way was warm and comforting, despite the fact that his shirt felt really stiff. Fashion over comfort with Baxter Ward.
You're very good.
I must say I didn't anticipate you'd be the one to pull a move on me so soon, and a daring move at that, but it's far from unwelcome. Bitch, I gave you high initiative. If you weren't gonna do it, I was gonna do it. He laughed quietly behind his hand. There was no chance of you making Baxter shy, but there was a definite coyness to his temperament, and a faint flush to his cheeks. Well then, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, have a good night, Ryan. Good night, Baxter. You let each other go, at least for the moment. Baxter had begun the farewell, yet made no move to leave. He watched you cross the road to your house. He watched you cross the road to your house. You turned on the threshold and waved one last time. That familiar grin was the last thing you saw before the door closed behind you. You'd see it again soon enough. It was a strange feeling to be back home after such an eventful afternoon. So much happened in the space of a few short hours. And so much had changed. Of course, where you were right then couldn't be described as without excitement. You were greeted almost immediately by footsteps approaching from the hallway. Sweetie, you're back. I heard the door open. Mom's laugh rang out from behind her. Out of the pan and into the fire. Whoa there. No need to jump on Ryan without giving them the chance to take their shoes off. For all we know, it's been a very informative and tiring day. Ma came up in front of you, and Mom appeared over her shoulder. You could see the smirk on Mom's face to go along with the pointed implications in her choice of words. For all that Mom appeared to be tempering Ma's enthusiasm, they were both guilty of speculating on what you were up to all day, and now it was their chance to finally find out. While her wife rested a hand to her shoulder, Ma beamed angelically, the picture of innocence. She was the last person to bowl someone over in the minute they got home. Honest. Huh? What's going on exactly? Your sister's voice drifted over from the couch. Liz had been sitting watching TV, but spun around to see what the commotion was about. Her show forgotten. They're all so nosy. The gang was all there, and in only a matter of seconds. So, how did it go? Did you have a nice time with our new neighbor? Oh, so that's where you've been all afternoon. Out with a gentleman caller? How charming. It's literally like Bridgerton. Your sister leaned over the back of the couch with a biting grin on her face. She could have given Baxter a run for his money. Yes, Ryan was getting to know Mr. Ward. The rest of us would like to know him as well. Such a snoop. Had a lot of fun. You simply sighed and shook your head. Look, I know I said we would tell people, but that doesn't mean I want to get into this conversation right now. I'm just gonna say I had a lot of fun. Ma clapped her hands together, delighted.
Wonderful.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so glad you had a good time. It's good to know that Baxter knows how to treat our Ryan right.
Aha.
Yes, very good. We won't have to break his door down. The folks he's rented it from wouldn't have appreciated that. Pamela! Mom simply cackled. Ma turned to you looking apologetic. She'd given up on her wife doing so.
There.
Don't mind your mom, sweetie. You know she wouldn't really embarrass you like... Yes, she would. Let's not sugarcoat. She would. Or commit a crime? I think that would be the bigger factor in that little scenario. Maybe.
Seriously?
What? How about you tell us more about your day, whenever you're ready? I don't want to. With that, the immediate attention around you dispersed and you were free to collect your thoughts. Slowly, everyone drifted towards the kitchen counter, where they sat ready and waiting to hear the whole story. Why do we need this? You kicked off your shoes. Ma wouldn't allow you to drag dirt in the house even when she was trying to curry favor, and then you went over and pulled up a stool. There was one major event of the outing. You and Baxter were dating. It would be the last bit of personal info they ever would have expected about the new neighbor. So get this, Baxter wants to date me, and I do too. I would also want to date myself. Here's a factoid about Baxter Ward. He's dating someone named Ryan. First things first, there was a date. We're dating now. I neighbored so hard that Baxter's my boyfriend. I'm gonna say I neighbored so hard that Baxter's my boyfriend now because that's just funny. There was dead silence. For a moment, your family merely stared at you. Then they opened their mouths in unison. What? Calm down, everybody. Not that you could blame them. You did your best to elaborate over the top of the three of them talking at once. The slightly longer version is that when we drove home, Baxter asked if he can consider today as a date, and if so, could we have more? Obviously, I was down for both of those things, so I said yes. Voila, we're dating. Liz was still entirely taken aback in spite of your reasoning.
What?
He asked you out already? Or retroactively sideways asked you out? It doesn't matter. He's been here about one day. That's not true. It's been multiple days. Then you've cumulatively spent one day worth of hours with him over multiple days. Across from you, Mom snorted with sudden laughter.
I see.
Well, at least we know one thing for sure about our new neighbor. He doesn't waste any time. She judged him accurately. That's exactly how you would describe Baxter. A hurricane could have swept you off your feet half so fast as that. Next to her, Ma continued to blink in stunned silence. Of your parents, Ma was usually the one to encourage you to be social and make new connections with people. She'd basically shoved you out the door to go find out more about the new guy. The idea that you might get this involved with Baxter hadn't even crossed her mind. Perhaps sensing Ma's hesitance, Liz chimed back up. Teasing aside, congrats, little sibling. It's not all on him. You know how to charm a guy, and he's lucky to have you. Well said, Liz. Baxter knows quality when he sees it. Now hopefully his properness isn't actually just an act. You take care and be safe, kiddo. I hope you have a fun summer.
Well,
And if not, we can always make sure he never sets foot in the state ever again. Okay, let's calm down. This, finally, was what jolted your ma out of her state of shock. She bapped her wife playfully on the arm in rebuke.
Pam.
Really? Again? We shouldn't resort to threats, especially not about someone Ryan cares for. She smiled sweetly, recovering her buoyant energy somewhat. And don't have to, regardless. If Baxter did anything wrong in this new relationship you have together, the guilt would eat him alive, I'm sure. Mom gave another hearty laugh and put an arm around Ma. They were two peas in a pod, the pair of them. Ma faced you fully, apparently more at ease now that the ice had been broken.
Isn't that great?
I agree, sweetheart. Baxter is very fortunate to have the chance to get to know you. Make the most of it, alright? Being able to see you happy is good enough for us. This conversation's gone on for far too long. It is so mushy, but I'm not gonna do this. I'm just gonna shrug, nonchalant. In spite of the inevitable ribbing, it felt good to have opened up about that. In their own ways, they all wanted you to know that they were on your side no matter what choice you made. As the night wore on, your moms and Liz ended up chatting amongst themselves, engrossed in the conversation to the point where you were able to slip away unnoticed. On the way upstairs to your room, you found yourself glancing back at the front door, as if to catch another glimpse of Baxter over the street. You really hoped he got what he wanted out of the sights he saw. Sunset Bird was a special place to you. If you were lucky, then maybe Baxter had come to realize that as well. You certainly reached more of an understanding of him, one way or another. Yet you were positive there was much still buried underneath the surface. So much more to his character than there had appeared to be at first glance. But you didn't mind. You'd known each other for such a small part of your lives. Of course, a single outing wouldn't be enough to quantify an entire person. What was special was that it might not always be that way. Currently, he was the bowling alley, shiny and new, but someday you might be as familiar with Baxter as you were with the shopping street and the cypress. This day was only a wonderful start. So, that was one moment. That one moment took 2 hours. 2 hours, one moment. That's all we did this morning, was this one moment. Oh, they put the hang over here. Because he shows up in hang, but then if they put hang here, that's good. So that means the only one where he might show up in the cove moments is boating and the late shift, probably. Thank God we don't have to do serendipity. It's a stupid one. Okay, so I'm gonna put Spotify back on for a moment. And I'm going to go to the screen for a moment. Because I still need to talk and I keep forgetting to add the mic to the other scene. I'm going to be right back. I've been doing my laundry and I have to actually take care of it. So give me like 5 minutes and I shall be right back. And then we'll do one more moment and then we'll have to continue this next week because the moments take too long. If they're each 2 hours, I can't do everything today. So Baxter is going to take a little bit longer than I originally thought, but we'll get to it all. So be right back. Hello? Okay. That's the first time that happened on stream. I've been talking for a while. Oops. I don't know when that went out. I heard it go out, actually. I was wondering what that sound was when I was just coming back. So it only came back when it went out when I came back from being away. So, okay, we're doing Hang. I read through a bunch of stuff. No one heard me read. It's fine. We're going to the beach. With everyone, with our friends. That's, if you weren't keeping up on screen, that's what's happening right now. We're planning out a hangout day with our friends, and we're inviting Baxter too. That's basically what's happening at the moment. Okay. Baxter was able to rearrange his schedule to whatever everyone else needed, and you and Terry relayed remaining details to Cove and Miranda later. No, that's all. Okay. Just checking a notification for something. Your hopes were high. Almost everyone knew each other to varying degrees, but this would be Miranda and Baxter's first time meeting. And yet you weren't that worried. Deep down, you had a pretty good feeling that they'd get along once they got to spend a little time together. That was where things stood. I mean, we kind of have to do the Baxter choice because that's what we're doing, but I did kind of want to get Cove's opinion on the dating thing. We'll get that later. Baxter will be coming by your room any minute now to meet up ahead of time. The prior evening, Baxter texted you for advice. He had been caught between his options. Should he come to you, or should he hang back and you'd come get him when your friends were ready? You eased his troubles by simply inviting him to your house. You thought it'd be nice to hang out with him before the official hangout. Checking the clock, there was a small window to get ready before Baxter arrived. Despite it being well past morning, you were wearing your pajamas. You had known you didn't have to be anywhere until the beach trip and had a lazy start to the day. But still... swimsuit. You knew it was clean and folded in one of your drawers. It was more of a question of which one. As you searched, you couldn't help your mind wandering. Your height had complicated shopping a little. Not all suits were made to properly fit people like you. And then for the shape of your body... Heavy set, chubby, medium, slender. We're scrawny strong. And had noticeable muscle, little muscle definition. I mean, if we're strong, should we have a little muscle definition? Or should we be delicate? We're gonna be delicate but strong. There was a fragility to your build. You had to be careful with it. Staring down at yourself, your train of thought drifted until you were lost. Ah. This is where we're getting into the actual... Okay. So we were actually a girl at the beginning. And now we're doing the they-them stuff, but we didn't go into the details of it. So we are going to go with assigned female. Knew for sure that we were non-binary. As opposed to when you were younger, you... I'm going to say we underwent hormone therapy so that we didn't have breasts. Considering when we made that transitional part. Yeah. You had a flat chest, having never developed breasts because of the hormone therapy you started in the past. Nope, that was the way I want it. People had a lot of their identity wrapped up in their physical form. It shaped their self-image. Confident, comfortable, weren't really content, you hated, you knew you had gender dysphoria. This is another one of those things where they kind of go into it a little bit. They let you have like a little, like if you go this route, because I have picked this in the past before, and you have conversations about it, like you can kind of, it's only really with Cove that you ever have that conversation, maybe with Baxter now also, but like, and Cove is a good friend about it, or boyfriend, or whatever you are at that moment, but it's never really come up a lot with your family, and it's just not an issue that comes into it. So even though they give you like this thing where you have these issues or whatever, nothing's actually done about it. It's like this is the only moment where you acknowledge that you have this issue and it doesn't affect anything else. So that's one of the, I love this game, but I have some gripes about it because like if you're gonna put things where, you know, not everything's sunshine and daisies and roses and everything, let it actually be not sunshine and daisies and roses. Like let this actually have meaning. But that's not the playthrough we're going for in this one. We're a very confident person. So your body was awesome and it made you feel capable and assured. That was wonderful to you. It wasn't until a steady knock fell against the door that you snapped back into present reality. Baxter was already here and you hadn't even changed yet. You knew that you couldn't just ignore him. Pivoting towards the door, you straightened your PJs. Come on in. Welcome to my hectic morning. The knob wiggles, and then the door glided open. Baxter cordially stepped in, catching your eye with an already developed grin.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ryan. I must tell you again how touched I am by your thoughtfulness. You didn't have to open the door to me and play host, even before our scheduled plans. And truthfully, I'm taking the fact that I'm allowed to be standing here as a fortunate sign. A neighbor at most would have been set aside in the living room if they were welcome in the home in the first place. With a wave of your hand, you moved as if you were giving him a grand bow. What? Of course you're more than only a neighbor. And neighbors are important in this town anyway. But hi, this is my bedroom. Baxter nodded graciously and inched forward, letting his gaze curiously examine this new space. You noticed his posture relaxing the longer he was there.
Charming.
A ukulele? They make such a charming sound. Thanks. I like it a lot too. Baxter shifted his attention back to you directly. For a split second, his gaze flickered down to your outfit, and his polite exterior faltered.
I apologize.
I have to wonder, did I perhaps arrive early? My mistake, truly. Your knee-jerk confusion at that comment quickly melted away. His discretion over your pajamas was appreciated. You squinted, scrutinizing his fully dressed ensemble. You aren't dressed either. Are you planning on still changing into a swimsuit, or are you going like that? The latter. Baxter answered with such ease that you honestly couldn't tell if he was joking or not. While I'm certainly looking forward to spending an afternoon on the beach with all of you, I will not be getting into the ocean. There was more than a hint of insistence in his tone, and it was completely unexpected from the up-for-anything mouth of Baxter Ward. He carelessly ran his fingers through his hair and left it messier than usual. A note of worry rose in his tone. And what if I get a sunburn? We're likely to spend multiple hours there. I'm not risking making this situation even worse by exposing my entire chest and legs to the summer sun. By this, Baxter meant his delicate pinky skin. He expressed that by holding his bare arms out toward you. He is a pale boy. Have you ever been in the ocean? You laughed. You're such a tourist. I had no idea you were so sensitive about it. Have you ever been in the ocean? I've been on boats. Ones that have gone out far from the mainland. That's not the same. No, but that's the closest experience I have. I confess, I haven't actually swum in the ocean, at any point or to any degree. Really? Never?
Never.
That detail was hard to wrap your brain around. Your moms have been taking you to the beach since you were a toddler. Okay, I don't mind if you stay on land. I think you ought to give it a try. I'd love to show you the beach. That was it. He really was. You pouted over the loss. Are you certain you won't wear one? I'd really appreciate if you reconsidered. Are you sure? I'd love to show you what the beach and sea are really like. Ah. Baxter laid a hand across his heart and his brows brent. That is an offer I wouldn't refuse. Ignore what I said previously. I'll certainly wear a swimsuit. Yeah. The shine in his eyes matched the gleam in yours, and yet he remained firmly rooted in place. Baxter was clearly in no rush to leave. Chuckling, you were delighted that Baxter wanted to hang out with you, just as much as you wanted with him. Unfortunately, neither of you could afford to dawdle much longer. It was time to get ready already. Sorry, but we should both change. We're kind of cutting things close. No need to apologize. I should have kept a better eye on the clock. I'll see you soon. I'll gladly go dress myself properly for the occasion. He's gonna be in a swimsuit. Swimsuit! I'll meet you outside in the front of the house. Please excuse me. And on that note, Baxter sauntered out. Once the door was firmly shut, you raced around the room to get ready. Okay, what are we wearing? Should we wear a Speedo without a top? Swim trunks with no shirt? A bikini? Kobe abandoned me. I either want to do the Speedo or the bikini. What am I feeling more? We never see this. It literally doesn't matter. It's just what we're wearing. But I'm always just like, what should I wear? We'll do the Speedo without a top. Hesitating by the door, you scanned the room one last time. You mentally ran through the list of things you might need later. Regular shirt to wear as well. Full swimsuit cover-up. Goggles, a shawl, a hat, board shorts. Maybe I'll just take a swimsuit cover-up in case we go elsewhere. So I'm not just walking around in a Speedo the whole time. So that. And now we're meeting up. Stepping onto the street, you surmised Baxter wasn't finished as fast as you. He wasn't there, but that absence didn't mean you were alone. Hi, Cove! Cove stood just outside his house with his eyes glued to his phone. He tapped out a message just before spotting you. Hey. You raced across the street and skidded to a stop at his side. I'm here! Have you seen Baxter?
No.
Not yet. He's so grumpy every time Baxter's mentioned. The two of you peered at Baxter's condo, but there was no sign of him. Cove rubbed the back of his neck. I just walked out, and then Terry texted me. Her and Miranda should be here pretty soon. They're mostly on schedule, I hope. Cove's smile bent amusingly. He shrugged. I believe in them. Want to check on Baxter? Nodding, Cove double-checked his phone. Satisfied with what he saw, he slid it back into the pocket of his swim trunks. Cove's fairly neutral attitude on the topic of Baxter didn't escape your notice. He tended to get uncomfortable whenever Baxter surprised or flustered him, But since things were pre-planned and for an event favorable to Cove, he didn't seem bothered. Cool, let's go.
Sure.
The two of you walked unhurried up the street. You hopped up onto the doorstep and rang the bell. A few seconds passed, and you shifted your weight on your feet while you waited. But Baxter didn't answer. The pause extended until things reached the point where you felt awkward hovering in front of his shut-up home. You spun towards Cove, and he returned your nervous stare with a tight-lipped smile. At least you could take solace in the fact that the mild misery had company. There were only a couple of options to pick from. You could either ring the doorbell again, or you could send him a text. You reached for your phone, but a sudden noise through the wood made you stop. Oh, look at him in his little swimsuit. All pale. Finally, the door cracked open, and Baxter peeked through. He then swung the door the rest of the way out to reveal another entry of his signature grayscale style. Baxter had unsurprisingly changed into a black and gray swimsuit. I'm actually surprised he had a swimsuit. I figured the reason he wasn't answering the door was because he had to run to the store and buy one. He paired the trunks with an unbuttoned white shirt, and the corners of your mouth curved in amusement to his dedication.
Nice to see you.
Good afternoon. I can't thank you both enough for waiting.
Hey.
Hello again. Still worried about getting sunburnt. Looking good. Looking good. With a flick of your wrist, you added a finger gun to your compliment. Baxter grinned delightfully and gestured to his ensemble.
Oh?
In this thrown together look? Thank you. The atmosphere had become far more laid back. Cove was the one to move things forward. So, I was thinking, we could get settled at the beach now, and Terry and Miranda can catch up with us there.
I can do that.
I second that idea. While this neighborhood is charming, I think a change of scenery would be preferable. Then we're all in agreement. Our beach day begins now. You exuberantly pointed in the direction of the beach while Cove paused to shoot off a quick update. He made sure to let the others know exactly where to find you. He flashed a thumbs up as soon as the message was sent, and with that, the three of you strolled down the street. The path you walked was as natural as breathing for you and Cove. For Baxter, it was a brand new experience. Though you might not have been able to tell, he walked straight on with certainty in his steps that was on par with the locals. Beach. The ocean stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a perfect day. Clear sky, rolling waves, and an inviting breeze coming across the water to combat the balmy heat. Cove threw his towel down and smoothed out the corners while you settled on a spot for your own things nearby. Baxter, meanwhile, hesitated, merely watching what you two had done. Before you could say anything, Baxter moved forward and picked a small stretch of beach close to yours for his own things. He meticulously laid his pure black towel out over the warm white sand. Turning away, you tried to hold back and hide your laughter. It was just so convenient that even here, his black and white color scheme was inescapable. Baxter stared right ahead, hypnotized by the moving water, and carefully lowered himself onto the towel. For you, your family, and your neighbors, the ocean was an old and well-loved friend. But witnessing the wonder dancing through Baxter's eyes reminding you just how vast and awe-inspiring the sight truly was when it was right in front of you. You glanced at Cove and realized that he was taken in by that side of Baxter as well. This beach was a special place for the people of Sunset Bird, and now it was working its magic on Baxter. Cove seemed flattered by the awe and unspoken approval written all over Baxter's face. The sea meant more to him than even the others living there. To appreciate it was to appreciate him. He hugged his knees to his chest.
So?
So what'd you want to do? When you didn't answer, Baxter tore his focus away from the water. He was pleasantly surprised to find out that Cove had directed that question to him instead. Oh, I've been running on the assumption that you all had something in mind. Whatever it is, works for me. We don't. Nope. No ideas.
Honestly.
Then, truthfully, I prefer to stay as dry as possible. Taking a stroll or simply remaining here where we are, enjoying the scenic view, would make a perfect afternoon in my book. But my wants shouldn't interfere with yours. I won't stop anyone from having fun in the water. We're at the shore, and I'm not heartless. Cove messily brushed his hair back and thought about Baxter's idea of a beach trip. He snickered. No, his snicker rolled into a rumbling laugh. I guess you're not going to make much use of that swimsuit. It's already served me rather well, I think. Between the playful way Baxter's brow arched and his mouth crooked, Cove stopped laughing. He stared back, stunned. Want to go swimming, get my feet wet. My plan was to get some sun anyway. A stroll sounds nice. You shrugged. A stroll sounds nice. You stretched your legs in anticipation of hopping up soon. Really? That's wonderful. Don't be too surprised. This beach is one of my favorite places to walk and explore. Want to look for a new shell? Always. It's been a while since I set out to find one on purpose. The last few I stumbled on. Cove laughed, remembering fondly. In the water or not, the beach truly was something special for him and for you. Ah, we'll have to be light on our feet then. Luckily, that's something I quite excel at. Cove kicked his heels, sending some grains of sand that had gotten on his towel sailing. He had done well starting the conversation, but now he was unsure of how to keep it going. Luckily, it didn't take long until you heard shouts. You turned your head to see both Miranda and Terry running straight for you. Miranda was faster, making leaps and bounds across the sand. Terry followed in her wake, laughing with her towel clutched around her shoulders and flowing like a cape. Miranda started making her jumps more theatric and more precarious as she got closer. Cove waved them on with a bright grin. You waved too. Terry tried to wave with both hands while running, one for you and Cove, but she was distracted and lost her balance, nearly falling, laughing all the while. The two officially arrived at your little group setup, looking completely ready for an ocean adventure. They were already in their swimwear and were raring to go. Awkwardly, Cove pointed in Baxter's direction. He remembered that Miranda hadn't actually seen him before. That's Baxter. The strange young man's presence nearby suddenly made a lot more sense to her. Miranda shyly waved with a cheerful smile.
Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Of course.
Likewise. Baxter offered her a handshake, and Miranda grew confused at his formal gesture, checking the reactions of her friends on if she was the weird one for thinking this was weird. That only made his smile widen. I can assure you that I'm harmless. You knew Miranda well enough to recognize the worry she was trying to hide behind a more collected front. It was easy to imagine that she might have felt somewhat intimidated. Baxter had an air of maturity about himself, while Miranda was a little bit childish and shy in comparison. Hesitantly, she clapped his hand and gave him a proper shake. Thanks for meeting us here today.
My pleasure.
It's my pleasure. Baxter placed his other hand gently on the back of hers while he spoke. They both let go, and Terry sprung forward.
Hey, buddies.
Hello, hello! She teasingly punched Baxter's upper arm. Nice to see you, too. Terry had already made her dramatic introduction to him at the start of the summer, so she was excited to skip right to the good part, hanging out. The B-Man is actually here! I can't believe how long it took for everyone to get together. Hi, Cove, and Ryan, too. Hey. Catch us up. Did we miss anything important? No, I don't think so. It had come up that Baxter was basically your boyfriend already, so that wasn't anything you needed to announce again, even though it was the biggest event of your summer so far. Other than Baxter appearing in the neighborhood, it's been totally normal. You shrugged like Cove, you gave a vague answer, you gave a recap. Other than Baxter appearing in the neighborhood, it's been totally normal. That's probably a good thing. We might not be so lucky with the next big thing that comes our way. Terry crossed her arms and nodded sagely. Baxter tugged at the collar of his shirt. Really? My presence is the only earth-shattering big news being whispered about?
I mean,
It's not that big. Everything is just even smaller. Not a lot happens besides some new people and longer wait times at the touristy places in town. Sunset Bird can be as predictable as Cove Holden. Hey! Well, hopefully I'm a welcoming change of pace during my stay here. Absolutely. Terry then started talking about her morning and how she'd almost overslept since she stayed up too late last night. She bounced on her feet as she spoke. But don't worry about me being tired today. You know I ran on less back during school. Miranda filled in the group about her morning. Apparently everything had gone smoothly. She met up with Terry on the way here, and you knew the rest. Cove offered a suggestion to the gang. Hey, let's walk while we catch up.
Okay.
Oh yeah, definitely. Hi, Paps. Afternoon. You felt pleased that Cove remembered what you wanted to do. Sometimes he could be thoughtful like that. Once everyone's stuff was settled on the beach, the group strolled over to the shoreline. The wet sand was cool under your feet. A wave rushed up and covered your ankles in water. You flinched from the suddenness of it, but by the next wave you were acclimated. You took another step forward and sank a little into the ground. Behind you, your footprints were soon smoothed by the waves. Your friends chatted as you all walked, though Baxter remained at a distance to stay dry. You took turns pointing out cool shells or pieces of sea glass. It was a relaxing jaunt. Hours passed and the group had moved between different activities, some low-key and some more exhaustive. For you, it was break time, Baxter agreed. You sat on your towel, sipping at some water, and he rested on his. Your friends were hard at work burying Terry's full body under a pile. Pile of sand. I feel like the sand part didn't make it into this, but like under a pile of sand. Miranda used her arms to force up sand around Terry's side. Cove worked on covering Terry's feet. You took another drink and glanced over at Baxter. He was staring at the water, but there was an entirely different feeling radiating from him. Rather than pure awe, there was a level of discomfort marrying Baxter's expression. You wondered what was bothering him. Suddenly, he turned towards you as if he could feel your curiosity prodding at him. He surprised you with a kind smile. There's a reason why I've never gone in the ocean before. Baxter let it hang there and absentmindedly brushed some sand off his thigh. He hadn't elaborated earlier, and you weren't quite sure if he was going to now. Quickly, it became clear that he was carefully choosing his words. The last thing you wanted was to push him.
Well,
Well, the idea of being fully immersed in the ocean is a bit frightening. It seems endlessly deep and unpredictable, with powerful waves and rapid currents. And there are creatures lurking in there. Some of them are larger than me. It's unfathomable. You don't play with something like that.
It's
If I enter that water, I'll never return from it. The ocean will swallow me whole. That's what I... Okay, on one hand, I get it, but, like... That's not gonna happen if you just, like, stick your feet, like, right there. His smile strained under the weight of his growing nervousness. Baxter had always carried himself so calmly. This genuine vulnerability left you speechless. And then you heard Miranda screech. Your attention immediately switched over to your friends. You registered that Terry had gotten impatient and shifted her legs. The walls Miranda had been meticulously building collapsed into a wet heap of sand. She surveyed the damage critically. We're gonna have to start over on that part. Do you want to give up on this now? No way. The burial must continue. I'll try not to move anymore. Okay, if you're sure, I'll try to fix this. Miranda started to rebury her, and Terry shot her a thumbs up. She realized too late that moving her arm was a bad idea. More of the sand on her crumbled, and Miranda put her head in her hands.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry, I got that part. Miranda nodded at him with appreciation. They got back to work, redoubling their efforts to pile sand over the limbs of their friend. Baxter caught your eye, and you both snickered at the interruption. As it grew quiet again, you offered Baxter some words. Help them? No, I don't really... There's nothing wrong on that, being scared of the ocean. Would you want to try to go in just a little? I'll be there with you. I mean, there's nothing wrong being scared of the ocean. But I want to see if this gets me, like, a moment. Would you want to try going in just a little? I'll be there with you. Baxter's near-perpetual smile flattened into a thin line. He swallowed visibly. I'm not saying you should go for a swim. You could get your feet wet, feel the wave brush against your toes. He ruminated on your suggestion for several seconds. Gradually, you caught the upturned twist of his lips.
It's doable.
Well, I suppose I could manage that. Then, let's go. Let's. The two of you got up and approached the ocean's edge. As soon as the water rushed forward and tickled his skin, the air got caught in his throat and Baxter froze in place. Patiently, offered him your hand. His lip twitched, and then Baxter immediately latched onto you. Moving closer, you tried not to splash him. You knew this was a huge moment for Baxter, and you were willing to give him all the time he needed. Gradually, he was able to release a calming breath. He squeezed you and offered a tentative smile. You gave him a reassuring squeeze back. Baxter inched forward until the water crept up on his calf. He watched the water swirling around him as it moved with the tide, and then, surprisingly, he chuckled at the sensation. You know, this is rather nice. Yeah? But this is as far as I go. I'm positive on that point. That's okay. Right here is perfect. I'm just glad this wasn't too bad for you. As am I. Baxter stayed there and viewed the waves, not from a distance, but from within their embrace. His nerves ebbed until you two were relaxed in a bubble of each other's company. At least by your side, he could enjoy the feeling of the ocean from a safe level.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah! Resembling the Kool-Aid Man, she kicked herself out of the ground with gusto. Sand went flying in all directions, and a Terry-shaped imprint was left behind. Miranda yelled again, and Cove chuckled. There probably wasn't a better way to get out of it. The suddenness of the incident startled you and Baxter enough to let go of each other's hands. You didn't get to join in on burying Terry, but you didn't mind. The one-on-one time you did go at Baxter was something you wouldn't have missed. You waved cheerily to your friends, and the five of you regrouped about halfway between the towels and the destroyed tomb. Man, I'm ready to wash this off. Terry looked down at herself and laughed. She tried brushing the wet, mushy sand off, but most of it stubbornly clung on. She only succeeded in moving it around where it was on her. Let's finally jump in.
So great.
Yeah, that'd be great. The two of them eagerly turned their attention to the rest of the gang for your input. Baxter folded his arms across his chest. Oh, don't worry about me. It was never my intention to swim. Please don't let that stop your fun. He echoed the same statement he made to you earlier that way. Wait, what?
Well,
It's simply not my preference. Terry squinted and thoroughly scrutinized him. She wasn't satisfied with his answer. I think I get it. You're new here. You don't know what to do in the Great White Sea. Just hold on to my back and I'll take you out in the water with me. While I greatly appreciate the gesture, I must decline. I've experienced as much of the salt water as I want to already. Are you sure? I can totally handle it. I'm a lifeguard in training. Terry, I thought you hadn't signed up yet. Shh. I will. And that's what counts.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Aw, but it's just so sad to leave you out. You know, me and Cove only became friends in the first place because we're beach people. You can be a beach man too, B-man. Her crestfallen gaze slid to Cove. He nodded understandingly. Surprisingly, Baxter chuckled.
I get it.
I understand where you're coming from, and I'm sorry for any upset I might have caused, but please trust me on this one. I'm perfectly fine. I may not be much of a seafaring man, but I have gone swimming before. Pools and lakes are no trouble for me. In fact, I would guess I've done certain water-based activities that some of you would be too nervous to try. Cove's lip pursed. He raised his chin and stared, not so much threatened by Baxter's accusation, but insulted he would even make such a challenge.
Seriously?
Like what? I surf. I have a dad whose entire business is about water-based activities. I went on a jet ski when I was 8. What could you have done? Baxter straightforwardly answered the question. Skinny dipping. Of course he skinny dipped. Cove's jaw dropped. That suggestion left him scandalized and the reddest you've ever seen him. That doesn't count. So you haven't done it then. You might want to, especially since you already enjoy the water. It is rather liberating. Baxter was making an honest recommendation. You could tell it wasn't his intention to come across mocking Cove's lack of experience there. However, Cove was still completely thrown. That suggestion of Baxter's was even worse than implying he was more confident in the water than Cove. Checking something. Okay. The silent beat was broken by Miranda's embarrassed attempt to stifle her giggles with the palm of her hand. Her cheeks had grown flushed, and you knew it would be a while until she was confident enough to even dare make eye contact with Baxter again. Terry, meanwhile, gave Baxter an impressed nod, then instantly lost all composure. She fell into a boisterous fit of laughter, holding tightly onto her own stomach. You were amused, you were even more nervous about it than Randy, you didn't think it was that big a deal. Personally, you didn't think it was that big of a deal. You took another lap around your friend's dramatic reactions before catching Baxter's attention. It was a little silly to find that so shocking, especially coming from Baxter.
Is that fine?
Did I say something wrong? The playful note in his voice told you everything you needed to know. Baxter was fully aware and enjoying the bit of chaos he unleashed onto the group. You exhaled deeply and did not comment. No one else added anything on the topic of Baxter's skinny dipping adventures either. It was back to the drawing board on what to do next. After a while, the gang mutually decided it would be best to go do something that was not water-based. The 5 of you continued to have a good time. You went on a shell hunt. Miranda managed to find the biggest while you found the most colorful. Cove taught a tiny crab. Crab. You did a bit of everything. There were impromptu games, to just soaking up each other's company. However, after a while, you all had ran out of water. Drinkable water, anyway. It was decided that you'd head over to Cove's house, or yours. Things were gathered, and you started to cheerfully walk up the road. What next? I don't have anywhere to go, so it could be whatever.
Yeah?
Same. I guess we can keep hanging out. Terry snorted and readjusted her grip on her things. Don't sound too sure there, Cove. By this point, you could see your house. It hadn't taken you long to make the trip. The conversation continued with everyone throwing out suggestions. Are people hungry? She looked from face to face in inspection. Cove and Miranda shrugged in concert. Baxter didn't react. No one was overtly opposed to it. However, you weren't really starving. It wasn't quite a mealtime. We could get dessert? Miranda put a finger to her lip in thought. With a smile, her voice became more confident. Yeah, that would be fun. Terry considered it and then shot Miranda a thumbs up.
Sure.
Sounds great to me. I could definitely go for that. You know, I'm up for more. When the topic of dessert was raised, Baxter hummed with interest. This caught everyone's attention, as nothing else had drawn a comment from him in a while.
What do you think?
If that's the next event, would we be willing to try ice cream and similar frozen treats? I like the sound of that.
Why?
But why? Baxter shook his head ruefully. Truthfully, the one thing I've wanted to do while I am here is to see an ice cream truck in person. My hometown doesn't have one, and neither is there one around my campus. It is a summer tradition that I have missed. You and Cove stared at him blank-faced. Miranda pressed her lips together and shot a glance at Terry. Her expression was like a stone. That was a dramatic drop in mood. Am I being... Goshly? Goshly? Goach. I don't know how to say that word. Touristy right now? Just gonna skip it. He was entirely off on the guess. Baxter could only watch helplessly as the people around him remained unusually sober. Cove voiced the consensus of the locals. I've never been to an ice cream truck either.
What?
Are you serious? Miranda nodded her head, and Baxter's composure shifted into incredulity. Whatever. Me neither.
Nope.
Same. That's a never from me as well. There isn't an ice cream truck in Sunset Bird.
That's...
We have an ice cream stand on the shopping street. It's not exactly the same, but that's how it is. I've only gone to ice cream parlors and got ice cream from the freezer part of the grocery stores.
Me too.
But sometimes my family makes it homemade. Baxter grinned, for once on the same ground as his new companions. I've normally only eaten it at restaurants after a meal. I never realized that ice cream trucks were so rare. Unexpectedly, Cove was the first to agree with Baxter. He narrowed his eyes and spoke firmly. Then yeah, let's find a truck. I've got to do it at least one time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Baxter's onto something. We've all been missing out. Terry raised a fist into the air in a dramatic pose. There has to be an ice cream truck somewhere in California. We have a plan. Baxter brightened more, seeing his suggestion receive support. Miranda smiled at him. You can only guess at her first impression of Baxter, but given how she had relaxed around him, you imagined he was growing on her. He wasn't as exceedingly self-assured as he came across at first blush, but it was nicer when Baxter was confident.
Let's do it.
That sounds fun. Let's look it up. Miranda reached into her bag and dug around for her phone. She pulled out a hair scrunchie, a small notepad with unicorns, and a bunch of chunky keychains. Her phone remained elusive. Just give me a sec. The rest of the group's mouths pulled into tentative, hopeful grins. There was an air of slight disbelief. Cove mulled it over while tapping his foot. Wherever it is, we're gonna have to drive to get there. I think so. None are in town, right? And everywhere else is far away. She finally retrieved her phone and started to search on her Maps app. She tapped her screen with a frown.
I'm not sure.
It's already late afternoon, too. I wonder if ice cream trucks are even still going around. We have to believe. It's too soon to give up. Cove nodded, patting his pockets. They were tellingly empty. I'll get my keys.
It's doable.
No need. Allow me. I asked to do this. It's only fair that I be the one to cover transportation. Besides, it's a rental. We may as well make the most of it while I have it. All right. Cove raised his shoulders in a bewildered shrug. Baxter ran his fingers through his hair to swipe his bangs, and they fell exactly back into place after. I will return in only a moment. Terry shot him a thumbs up, and Miranda mumbled absent-mindedly, focused on her task. Baxter flipped towards his condo and headed off, his strides long and determined.
Oh.
Cove raised his voice at Baxter's back. We'll put our stuff away while you're off doing that. Baxter peered over his shoulder and answered,
Good.
Very good. Baxter was soon out of sight, and Cove had gathered up all his things into a sturdy hold. He gestured with his chin to his house. We can use my place for storage. You were on board with that. You shifted your things around so they'd be more comfortable to move. Thanks, Cove. You're so lucky your dad doesn't care about how much sand you're always dragging into the house. My moms are not like that. Yeah, I am lucky. Cove led the group to file into the Holden household. Miranda brought up the rear, stumbling behind Terry. She was being led by the arm while still keeping her eye on her phone. Sandy towels were dropped in a heap onto the living room. On the living room, one after the other. Oh, one after the other. No one wasted even a second with organization, taking cues from Cove's rush. Oh. I need a minute. Gonna grab a shirt. He darted down the hall, his steps loud on the hard floor. You straightened out your cover-up, suddenly conscious of what was on your own body after Cove brought up the topic. Cove returned, now decent, in his Orca t-shirt. Terry hooked her arm around Miranda's and used her other hand to wave towards the door. When you got out, you could see Baxter's shiny black vehicle idling on the street and awaiting its passengers. Cove went for a seat in the back without consideration. He was not going to be in the front. I'll sit in the front. With you going to the passenger seat, Miranda and Terry followed Cove.
Hello.
Welcome to my car, friends. Do we know where we're going? Miranda nodded slightly and leaned forward to hold her phone up. Her persistence had bared fruit. There's some suburbs surrounding the city where ice cream trucks have routes during the summer. I can't tell exactly where they're going to be when we're going to get there, though. That is more than enough. The two conferred on directions until Baxter decided to route towards a random neighborhood street in the area as a starting point. I'm like watching my microphone since it went out on me once already. And every now and then I just stare at it to make sure it's actually doing what it's supposed to. He took off, the car gliding across the road with minimum vibration affecting the cabin. In the heat of the excitement, Terry reached up to the middle seat and punched on the music. It connected to Baxter's song list, and your eardrums were struck by the pounding of a regular drum. A guitar riff shrieked out after. It was on a punk metal track. Music louder, off, lean back and seat satisfied. This was your kind of music. Who knew it was his? As the drive continued, the music brought an almost surreal feel to the trip. The shredding guitars and shouted lyrics were a weird contrast to your goal of finding an ice cream truck. It inserted the humorous mental picture of an ice cream truck playing screaming punk metal instead of twinkling tunes to summon children for icy treats. Zipping through the length of Sunset Bird, in no time you flew past the now leaving sign. Past that, the car zoomed down the open road while Miranda attempted to dig up more details on the elusive ice cream trucks. Do they have socials? Maybe someone tagged them in a pic, or they're live tweeting.
Huh?
Why would an ice cream truck be on Twitter? And I can't even find out their hours for sure. I believe in you. Minutes added up, as did the miles. The city got closer, but the shadows closed in faster. The sun glinted from behind distant skyscrapers. Calling it late afternoon was being generous. It was evening. Unspoken tension began to form. The odds of an ice cream truck being active dropped with every passing second. But Miranda continued the search, and Baxter kept driving. As planned, he turned off the highway and followed the streets into the heart of the suburbs. He rolled through neighborhoods aimlessly until... Yes! Miranda beamed and shoved her phone up to the front. You found one? There's a truck that's still open and nearby. It was on Facebook. I think if we go down their route, we'll find it at some point.
No way.
Amazing.
Never heard of that.
Yeah, who uses Facebook? That's so true. People who want ice cream, let's go! Please direct me. I can't read the post. First, take a left at this next stop sign. Baxter clicked off the music to focus on Miranda's words. He also opened his window. Terry and Cove followed Baxter's lead, but Terry could get further and pushed her head out the window as far as the seatbelt would let her, hands cupped around her ears. Cove would lean further out when he saw anything even kind of truck-shaped. Everyone had their ears and eyes wide open for any signs. If an ice cream truck was somewhere in the area, they weren't going to miss it. That one. I took a second to locate the correct button on the door. It was as sleek and unobtrusive as the rest of the machine, and that made it tricky to see when you didn't know where to look. You pressed it down until the glass beside you completely disappeared. At such a slow pace, the wind coming through whipped at your hair gently, pleasantly. Much less nicely, a fine dust blew in from the street. You squinted against the dirt and sun. It had sunk low enough to be perpendicular with your eyeline. Still no truck to be seen. The houses you passed seemed older, probably built decades ago. Some had colorful lawn decorations and well-kept flower gardens. Others were nothing but green grass. Conversation stopped entirely once Miranda had told Baxter all he needed to know. He drove through the residential streets like a hunter on the prowl. The target could have been anywhere. He turned a corner. Faint laughter filtered in through the windows. You heard birds chirping and rustling leaves, but in that moment, none of that mattered. That's not what you needed. Fingers were crossed and breaths were held. Baxter turned yet again towards the signs of life, and a new sound gradually floated in from the distance. You concentrated on the high-pitched jingling tune. Was it? It had to be. It was the musical call of an ice cream truck. Nobody could see it yet, despite there being watchers on all sides, but the song got louder. Baxter followed it persistently, his fingers tightening their grip on the wheel. That jingle was the Pied Piper, and everyone was drawn in by it. The car came up to a crossroads and stopped. That instant, a clamor filled the car. Everyone, even the ever-relaxed Baxter, cheered or gasped in sync. An ice cream truck drove right by, in front of your very eyes. It was technically white, but covered with so many brightly colored pictures, the original paint was more of an accent. Stickers with warnings such as "Go slow" and "Watch for children" stood out in red, and recognizable characters in edible versions were in a grid, labeling them as A1 or C3 for convenient ordering. It was like a moving treasure chest of frozen goodness, and the temptation was too strong for some. Still in the middle of the intersection, Cove's door popped open, and his seatbelt zipped up against the cushion with nothing left to protect. Cove was gone. He waited for Baxter to get out. Terry and Miranda went after Cove. Terry, with her usual exuberance, yelled, "Oh yeah!" Well, I appreciate their enthusiasm. He glanced at you, not taking the turn just yet. Are you going? No thanks.
Good.
You're very polite. You didn't think it was much. You weren't so impatient that you'd throw yourself out on the street or abandon the one who drove you there. The rest of them could handle that. Cove jogged after the truck. Terry cheered and waved, trying to catch the driver's attention. Miranda skipped behind her, moving her arms in wide motions. The truck lurched to a stop. They'd done it. Excellent. Excitement was plain on his face, but Baxter cautiously turned to where the truck and your friends had gone. He parked on the opposite side and opposite end of the nearly empty street. Baxter grinned as he finally unbuckled. Shall we? You know, after all this trouble we went through to get here, I'll have to think about that one. Baxter snorted and clapped a hand over his mouth. Okay. Time to get that ice cream. You left the properly stopped vehicle and crossed the street together. The other three huddled around the large menu pasted on the broad side of the truck. As you join the group, you can feel the anticipation of a kid on their birthday, except it was somehow everyone's birthday at the same time. Up close, you could see the images were faded. They weren't as vibrant as they should have been, and the chips of paint were flaking off. If anything, the wear and tear increased the charm. It was real, and it was just what you imagined. You were finally expressing a quintessential summer ritual. The order window lifted, and the driver gave a hearty greeting. Good evening. Good evening to you. Hi.
Hey.
Hello.
Sorry.
Hi, thanks for stopping for us. Sorry for chasing you. No. Thank you for stopping by. Can I get you something?
Absolutely.
He beamed with victory, a cat who got his cream. Then he gave his first check over the options and shrugged. However, we do require a moment. Of course, no problem. Take your time. That started the great ice cream discussion. Ice cream was serious business and took consideration. Miranda was firmly in the camp of actual ice cream options, making the valid point that you come for ice cream. Terry wasn't convinced. Neither was Cove. Getting ice cream obviously didn't mean you actually had to get ice cream. Anything from the truck counted. The debate ended with no agreed-on winner. Everyone just got what they wanted. Hi again. I'd like a coconut popsicle. Sure, let me get that for you. She reached over into a freezer and pulled out the first of the treats. She handed it off to Cove, and he passed her some cash. I'll have one of those snow cones. And can I have a chocolate-dipped ice cream cone, please? The D4. They both received their treats, paid, and stepped away to clear the way. You decided to order... Ooh, what are we gonna have? Ice cream sundae cup. Baxter, meanwhile, had yet to finish staring at the menu. With intense scrutiny, his eyes went over the rows of advertised frosty desserts long after everyone else already had theirs. It was getting awkward, especially for the lady in the truck, who would be stuck there until he finally got around to ordering something. Terry tried to break the ice cream and cracked the joke. Just get what Ryan got. The ice cream is totally white and the chocolate sauce looks almost black. She found that to be a side splitter, but it didn't even make a dent in Baxter's reverie. The world around him was lost to the palace of his mind. Baxter? Still no reaction. A new strategy was needed. Terry stuck a hand right in front of his face, cutting him off from the pictures, taking all his attention. He blinked and the spell of those tantalizing treats was broken.
I'm sorry.
Is something the matter? That's what we wanted to ask. You've been quiet for a while. Ah, yes, I have been. Baxter put a hand to his chin and popped his hip out to one side. The focus that had been so centered on the truck was now set upon the rest of you. With that pose and his already eccentric style, Baxter looked like a side character in a cartoony mystery game. One who was definitely not the criminal, but still needed to be cross-examined for important details. My problem is this. I'm unsure if I should get a dessert that's to my usual taste. If I do, I'd be certain to enjoy what comes from the ice cream truck. That would be nice. But on the other hand, this may only happen once. Perhaps it'd be more rewarding to get something new, an option that would be challenging to find in a common store. Which will add more to the experience, indulgence or novelty. I want to make the right choice. Get eat something wild, get more than one treat. Gonna see what happens when I do this one.
It's settled.
Okay, so that's that one.
It's settled.
Okay. So I am gonna go with this one, the get whatever you want, and then you can try what I got too. As long as we don't get the same things, you'll be able to sample 2 different treats.
It's settled.
Oh, well, I can't reject such generosity. In that case, my decision is made.
Fun.
Success! Indeed, but now you're gonna have to bear with me. You said it so teasingly. It was all self-directed. I promise it's not what you think. I'm being entirely honest. I'm going to get my preferred treat of this type to eat. Okay, why would we have a problem with that? That's because my favorite is an ice cream sandwich. Cove, Terry, and Miranda exploded into laughter. That's what I should have suggested, not the sundae.
So great.
It's the perfect black and white selection for Baxter. It's a good one, Baxter. Baxter ran his hand across his bangs, his smile sweeping into a grin at the same time. It was obvious he knew exactly what he was doing. Far from being bothered by your laughter, it seemed that was what he was aiming for all along.
You know,
I cannot deny that I originally tried them because of the colors. It had been picked out for me because they assumed I'd appreciate having a black and white dessert, which I did. But they are the tastiest type of simple ice cream treat to me. It's simply a coincidence, or perhaps it was meant to be. If you insist, monsieur, I believe you. Go get your sandwich. Baxter approached the truck determinedly and leaned against the counter. He spoke briefly to the patient ice cream lady, then money was exchanged. In return, he got his prize. The coveted ice cream truck treat was finally in his hand. After one more thank you to the crowd, the ice cream sales lady shut the side window and the truck slowly began to move. Your friend shouted and waved and gave grand farewells, wishing her well on her journey, bringing treats to young and old. She beeped the horn a couple times in a cheer of her own. The truck eventually disappeared beneath the skyline, and you, along with the others, ambled across and up the road towards Baxter's car with treats in hand. Miranda and Terry giggled about something you couldn't quite catch, but it became apparent the minute they exchanged cones and took a lick each. Actually, using the word lick might have been generous. Terry! A peek at Miranda's happy and ice cream and the vanilla and chocolate smeared all over Terry's mouth said all that needed to be said about that situation. Terry pitched forward, clutching her head, the cone nearly hurling to the ground as she pressed into her temples with both hands.
Ooh.
Ha! Karmic justice. Brain freeze, huh? How tragic. She was so young. Cove wiped at a non-existent tear he didn't shed for Terry. He looked wistfully to the sky as he dropped the hand over his heart. Oh well. You elbowed him in the ribs, and he went staggering off, clutching the most grievous wound. Then, Cove pinched the edge of his popsicle stick, waving it like an accusatory figure in Terry's direction before taking a bite off the top. The regret was immediate on his face. The minute he crunched down on it, he stiffened into a Covesicle. Luckily, both Cove and Terry made full recoveries after a minute. People can try mine too if they want. Oh, our most graceful and generous benefactor, you have given us a treat. Cove smiled as Terry bid him to join in the act. Oh,
Sure.
sure. A boon for houses Holden, Brook, and Eckert? How about Hobrooker?
Very nifty.
Love it. That's our castle name. When did we get a castle? The question went without an answer. Pass it over, buddy. Miranda nibbled at her cone through chuckles as Terry took an enthusiastic taste of your treat, followed that with a approving nod. Are you done yet, you dessert hog? Nope, that's a trick, Randy. I never have enough. She grinned, Her teeth were blue.
Well,
I too am generous and benevolent. Randy did a mock curtsy, holding her cone out to you like it was a fancy goblet. Please do me the great honor of a taste test. It was a quick enough exchange, met with Miranda's queenly approval after you had a selection of her ice cream yourself. The others continued chatting as you clocked that there was a notably absent figure from the party. It was your fifth and newest addition to the group, who also happened to be the one who drove you guys here, and made plans in the first place, Baxter. Your eyes followed the retreating backs of Miranda and Terry, then to Cove, who had already started to outpace you the minute you relaxed. You attempted to see if Baxter had gone even further ahead. There were no signs of that monochromatic color scheme you'd gotten so good at spotting. A low chuckle from behind gave away the ghost. His tone was chill as always, but it was even more fitting considering the theme of the moment frozen delights.
Oh?
I wonder what it is you're searching for, Ryan. You felt bad noticing that he'd been quiet since you gave your well wishes and sent the truck off on its way. You imagined he would have fit himself into the conversation without much issue, but he hadn't. Instead, he hung out at the very end of the crowd, inspecting his dessert with the gravity of a man who'd only just faced his fear of the ocean for the first time. You slowed to a stop altogether and waved on the others when they checked on you. Baxter's walk turned into a brief jog, aware that you were waiting and not wanting to keep you. It wasn't long before he came up from behind. You fell into step beside him, the two of you silent as he passed a wondering glance in your direction. Hey, when exactly did you plan on coming to try mine? That was the plan. Yes, that's right. Wonder turned to relief once you made it clear you hadn't forgotten the promise. I merely intended to wait my turn. How polite. Baxter held an open palm, waiting for the pro-offer treat to be handed over. But when you moved it closer, he didn't pick up the dessert. Instead, Baxter held your wrist, keeping the ice cream sundae cup steady, and leaned in to try it from you directly. His fingers were long and delicate, and they were cold.
Thank you.
Thank you. He noticed your reaction and grinned deviously as he retreated to a respectable distance again. Even though he let it go, it still felt tingly where his touch had been.
I love it.
Would you care to try mine? It's delicious. Well, I mean, if you're offering. It was messy to snag a bite when the cookie part of the sandwich crumbled to dust after your teeth made contact. The ice cream nearly dropped as you fought to get both in your mouth. Baxter broke out in easy laughter. He revealed a stack of napkins from his pocket. He offered you a couple for your troubles and returned the rest. You know, you're the only one sensible enough to have taken me. This is me. I'm the only one who ever takes napkins. Me. Accepting the paper wipe, you scrubbed the sticky residue off your face. I'm wearing white, Ryan. Of course I would. It's more like half white. The other half is black. And that still doesn't mean you need 200 napkins. That's true. Perhaps I had more than enough because I thought you might need them. Uh-huh. Then what's that there? You pointed right at his face. There were traces of its dessert in the corner of his mouth. Baxter reached up to his lips instinctively. When his fingers met the sticky remnants of his treat, he immediately removed all evidence.
Bravo.
Ah, thank you. What are friends for? He stood straighter, the words putting him less at ease instead of being reassuring. Not to mention, Baxter wasn't the type to hunch to begin with, so he was trying to fix something that wasn't an issue.
Thank you.
I suppose they're exactly for times like this. Thank you.
Hey, buddies.
Terry waved, her snow cone on high, as she called out to both of you. When did the others get to the car? All right, we're coming. You called to her before you and Baxter took up off the street. Terry pointed her partially melted snow cone towards Baxter as soon as he came close enough. I wanted to try yours too. Mine's a little slushy now, but that's half the appeal. He gave his ice cream sandwich to Terry, taking the paper cone in exchange. And for reference, what is the other half? Turns your tongue blue.
Really?
Didn't you get a cherry? Yep. Are you sure you didn't get the wrong one? I'm not sure about anything in this life. After they each got a chance to try the other's desserts, Baxter and Terry swapped again. Then Baxter leaned against his car hood while everyone else happily situated themselves around the area. Randy and Terry took seats on the sidewalk curb, apparently heating debating the possibility of blue cherry being a real flavor. Terry had a fair argument considering raspberries weren't blue, and yet blue raspberry did exist for some reason. Cove hovered nearby, crouching himself on the summer-warmed asphalt. He stretched and strained, trying to lick a stream of melted coconut popsicle running down his arm. Oh. You remember you can't lick your elbow, right? You never could. Ignoring your well-intentioned warning, he pressed on, his face squished against his forearm, tongue angling to try anyway. I can do it. It's personal now. The limits of the human body were a pain, but it was still pretty funny to watch him try to fight against it. With the absence of the ice cream truck's music and the thrill that came with that, the street seemed entirely different. Houses quietly lined the streets, and you now heard the rush of wind. Branches swayed overhead in the breeze, and the leaves rustled. It didn't carry the comforting smell of sea salt. So, here we are. Terry heartily licked the side of her snow cone. She leaned on her fist, the arm propped up on a raised knee. Her tongue was extremely blue now. Far away from We Belong, and who knows where, camped out in front of some random suburban person's house. Miranda tilted her head back to look up at the mailbox mounted to the concrete. Rocking to one side, she craned her head to get a read of what number was on the side of it.
Thanks.
Thank you to the fine people of 231, whatever the street is.
Thanks.
Sure. Thanks, people of 231 whatever street. Right, and thanks for driving us all the way out here, Bax. Can I call you Bax? Before he can answer, Terry sucked in a bit of air and waved it off. Nah, that's not right. I'll work on it. Baxter chuckled, taking another bite of his sandwich. There's no need to thank me. It was exactly what I had wanted to do. It's totally worth it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. Absolutely. The sky grew pinker and yellower, and you knew the day was soon coming to a close. Somehow it felt wrong. It had gone too fast to be over. Though summer never seemed long enough these days. Those days. As you were about to voice that thought, you heard the dim sound of something gurgling that immediately replaced the words that came out. Hey, did you guys hear that? I did. Yeah, what was it? Neither of the boys replied to the question, except for shakes of the head and shrugs in the negative. There was no time for a follow-up question, because the answer came in the form of a psh. Water bubbled and then shot up in graceful arcs all around. Droplets splattered onto the paved driveways and were coming towards the sidewalk next. Sprinklers! Ah. Randy made a break for it, dashing into the street with the speed of an Olympian sprinter. Randy, wait up! Terry leapt onto her feet. Her shoes hit the concrete with wet slaps, while Baxter wordlessly searched for cover himself from the surprise spray, meandering away without any urgency. Baxter even had time to finish the last bit of his ice cream sandwich. You took it in stride yourself. Sure, you'd gotten a little wet, but water was water, and you were hardly a stranger to it. You used to run through sprinklers as a kid. It would dry pretty quick. But Cove didn't even so much as flinch. Of course not. Maybe. He only stood at full height with his back to the car, a popsicle stick prodding out of his mouth. He glanced over at the others and grinned as he withdrew the stick clean.
Oh?
How about this water-based activity? We're all still in swimsuits. This is private property. You cannot just run on someone's lawn. You're going to get in trouble. Oh, well, isn't that an interesting proposition? The challenge had been issued, and Baxter threw down the gauntlet. Cove's eyes popped open with shock, but he didn't allow the surprise to keep him from moving. He darted off to the lawns as Baxter came sprinting from behind. It looked more like Cove was running away from him rather than into the sprinklers. My snow cone! Terry complained, sticking the paper cone higher in the air as she stayed well and good away from the sprinkler's spray.
No.
It'll melt. Terry had a wetsuit on, but that wasn't going to protect her snow cone by a long shot.
Let's do it.
Aw, come on, Terry. Live a little. This is still private property. In spite of the fact that Miranda had led the charge for cover, she was easily convinced to jump into the fray. Stepping to the sidewalk with her ice cream in tow, she waved the two boys down to stop and wait for her. Terry sidled up to her side, clutching her honestly already melted dessert. Her eyes kept going between her much-beloved treat and the sparkling sprinklers, but she seemed to have chosen to preserve the sanctity of her snow cone instead. You guys go on ahead. Here I come. Everyone was laughing. It's too nice to drive a Cherry. Forget everyone else. The sprinklers were yours. You know what? We're a little too balls to the wall in this playthrough. We wouldn't actually consider getting into trouble. So, forget everyone else. The sprinklers are yours. There was no need for a preamble or introduction. Kicking off your shoes, you ran straight into the sprinklers to catch up with the others, roaring with enthusiasm as the water sprayed overhead. The temperature of the water was bracing. Odds had been good that it had been cold, but that was almost on the next level. Did the suburbs put ice in their pipes? Still, you weren't about to regret the decision now. Ran back and forth, stumped each other, planted yourself, so you took Baxter's hand and ran through the sprinklers, you took Cove's hand, you took Miranda's hand. These are some interesting choices. Why are we taking Miranda's hand? There's no Miranda DLC. I'm gonna take Baxter's hand and run through the sprinklers. Ah! His shirt came off! Rushing up to Baxter's side, you bumped your shoulders into his and sneakily took his hand in yours. He pushed his hair back with his free one. The black and white strands blended. We still live. He hadn't gotten nearly that wet when you were at the beach. Ironic, considering that that was the whole ocean and this was some poor person's lawn you were trampling. Oh? How about a dance? In reply, you kicked out a foot in a grand pose. Grinning, he twirled into you, curling your arm around him.
That's wonderful.
Wonderful. Baxter spun himself out, and you made your way together through the sprinklers, trading twirls and stopping to spin together. You were all fancy-footed and careful until suddenly you heard Randy cry out in surprise. She was covering her mouth and held what remained of her crumbling sugar cone. The ice cream had fallen, abandoned to the grass. Oh no. It was one thing to have damp ice cream, but it was another if it fell to the ground altogether. Everyone stopped, except for the sprinklers on their back and forth paths. Wait, everyone stopped, except for the sprinklers on their back and forth paths and Terry Brooke. Terry breached the wall of water, sliding across the grass until she could get a leg up. On one knee, she lifted her snow cone in offering as if it was the finest bouquet of roses. Randy, will you do me the great honor? Oh. Miranda lit up brighter than any star, giggling as she wiped the last streaks of ice cream from her fingers. She took the offered snow cone, dark hair falling forward as she smiled softly at Terry. Terry bounced up from the ground, dusting off what grass had adhered itself to her legs. You know, it was just ice cream. I would have survived. Terry was aghast, her hand at her clavicle before she reached out for the snow cone. Alright, I'm taking it back then. Nope, you already gave it to me. Cove's eyes met yours as you turned in the direction of the boys, and he smiled, shrugging as if to say he didn't know what to do either. The two were already invested in a new game of keep away until Cove stole it right out of their hands, only to immediately be dogpiled by both. You turned to search for Baxter to see if he was going to join in the fray, but he was distracted. His attention was squarely fixed on Miranda and Terry, watching as they argued about whose snow cone it was and if Cove really had a stake in the matter. I see. He hummed, stroking his chin with consideration before brown eyes met yours, and the thoughtful expression gave way to a lax smile. He chuckled, gesturing to them as he gave you a look to ask if this was typical. An answer to which you readily provided a big thumbs up. Hey, nice job.
I'm on it.
For Randy? Anything. Terry beamed in reply, elbowing Cove in the ribs before the sudden hiss of another sprinkler rising from this earthy tomb reminded her of where they were. Randy shotgunned the rest of Terry's snow cone. A champion was born. Terry responded by crushing the paper cone against her forehead, to Miranda's delight, though she did get some of the syrup in her eye. And it wasn't long before that interlude was forgotten. Dashing and leaping resumed in earnest. But all good things must come to an end. Eventually the sprinklers retreated into the ground, and all that remained of the celebration was 5 dripping young adults. Boo. I was just getting started. It should have gone longer. Honestly, I think that went on for a long... Wait, I think it went on really long for being a bunch of sprinklers. The sun was situated almost perfectly halfway below the horizon. It was probably about time to call it quits for the day. Actually, you were really sure to call it when another breeze swept by and caught on the now soaked and very cold fabric of your clothes. Shivering in place, you watched as Terry and Miranda immediately found each other again, the girls clinging desperately to each other for warmth. Cove tugged on the hem of his shirt, pinching it away from his body before allowing it to fall back with a wet slap. I should have taken this off before I went in. He promptly rectified that and took off his shirt, cheeks pinking with embarrassment when the girls took a break from being cold to whistle at him. Guys, I wasn't wearing this at the beach. It's not different now. He wrung the water out of it before swinging the shirt over his shoulder instead of pulling it on again. And before anyone says anything, it's going to be colder wearing that than not wearing it. Tell me about it. The damage to your cover-up was as bad for you as it was for him. Oh no, we're stripping. Took it off. It'd be more comfortable carrying it than wearing it at this point. I do regret that we did not bring our towels. He ambled into the road to pick up his abandoned shirt. Baxter then returned to his car's side, as did the entire gang. I must confess, I don't find it nearly as cold as you all seem to be. Would any of you care to use this? His eyes met yours as Baxter offered his shirt up by its collar. To right, I'm not that cold. You should wear it. Shook her head no. Silently took the shirt. Thank you. What a gentleman. You draped his shirt over your shoulders like a blanket. It didn't fit quite right, and the fabric was thin, so it soaked up what water was still on you. But when you pinched the front of it closed, it kept the wind out better, and that was enough. It wasn't immediately obvious at first between the earthy smell of wet grass and damp asphalt, but you picked up on the scent of something heady and floral. That definitely wasn't you, and it sure wasn't this neighborhood, or Cove, or the girls either. The thought was nearly put aside until you burrowed deeper in his shirt to trap what warmth you can get that you realized it was probably Baxter's cologne. To the side, Terry and Miranda remained linked. Their knees were practically knocking into each other. You couldn't pry them apart with a crowbar if you tried. That had to be effective. Sure. Baxter, want some help warming up? Since you gave me your shirt. Baxter laughed. He threw up his hands, relenting as he shifted for you to come closer. You made your way over without further fanfare, and he pulled you into a tight hug despite the water on him. He hadn't lied. He was warmer than you would have expected any of the others to be. But you couldn't exactly pretend that the goosebumps up and down his arms weren't there either. You rested your arms comfortably around his waist. You doubly confirmed the rich scent was his cologne, but you couldn't tell what the smell was exactly. It smelled pleasant, though, and you only noticed it more once you started to think about it. Caught up in your own reverie, you didn't notice when he leaned in closer, his lips at your ear.
Perfect.
Your thoughtfulness is appreciated, Ryan, and so is your body heat. You don't need to thank me for anything. It was the sudden cough from Cove that made you remember exactly where you were. When you looked over from Baxter's shoulder, Cove glanced away as he awkwardly scratched his cheek. Wow, get a room. Baxter's chest rumbled in a low laugh, nodding in agreement as he released you from his embrace. He did, however, allow his arm to settle comfortably around your shoulders. Baxter then gave the group a once-over. Miranda and Terry were still chattering their teeth, and Cove, in spite of claims to the contrary, wasn't doing too hot either. It would be no trouble if we were to return now. I truly don't mind if the car gets wet. Randy and Terry vehemently and loudly disagreed with the suggestion. It's a rental. They'll probably charge you if we track all this water in.
You know.
Not exactly. We can at least wait until we're not tripping anywhere anymore, right? Even if we're not all the way dry. He glanced at the car, then to the others. Baxter already started reaching for the door handle when they disagreed. He allowed his hand to fall to his side. I suppose it would be tragic to ruin leather upholstery. Thank you. It's kind of you to be so considerate. Now let's just get in the fucking car.
In that case...
I'm certain my acquaintance will appreciate it. Terry mouthed acquaintance to Miranda, then over to you, only to be met with an equally confused shrug by her, and a knowing chuckle by you. Cove shook his head until water started flying from his hair. It splattered against the side of the car, already wet from the sprinklers earlier. Hey! Cove! If it's fine with Baxter, then we can stay a while longer. Absolutely. Staying longer didn't mean staying still, though. You and the others walked down the sidewalk, sandals and shoes squelching with the residual wetness, as you made your way throughout the neighborhood. The neighborhood, but not your neighborhood.
So...
It's weird that it doesn't smell like the ocean. Cove's nose crinkled as your head perked up. He smiled as if to confirm you two had been on the same page the minute he even mentioned it.
Oh, yes.
I find the scent of lawn clippings rather relaxing, personally. Huh. Okay. Your band of five continued to meander past the street sign, and Terry narrowly managed to avoid getting her shoe stuck in a gap in the concrete. You know something? I know a lot of somethings. Miranda offered cheekily, grinning from ear to ear as she looked in your direction. Good work, Randy, but I don't know how we got from the beach to here. The very important quest for ice cream, remember? She swatted Baxter in the side with her free arm. He rubbed at the place, and you wondered if it actually hurt him or if that was for the dramatics. Hey, if you add sprinkler running to your list of water-based summer activities, and since we're talking about your past water exploits, Cove already tensed up before Terry even asked her question. How'd you end up skinny dipping anyway? Cove dropped his face in his hands, shaking in disbelief, while Miranda snorted a quiet, "Oh my gosh." It was tempting to point out that Cove was the one who brought up water-based activities to get Baxter's sprinkler running in the first place, but you resisted the urge. Impressive segue, Terry.
What?
What? You guys aren't curious? I'm just asking what we're all thinking. The people want to know. I'm the people. It wouldn't have been obvious, he responded. Wait. Yeah. It wouldn't have been obvious he responded at all if it wasn't for the slight pressure against your shoulder. Baxter gave a half shrug with his free arm. It's not nearly as intriguing as you might imagine.
Honestly.
I believe it was about 3 years ago. I was vacationing at a lake cabin and was dared by those in my company. A dare? Tale as old as time. I believe it was around midnight and the water was freezing, but it did make for a memorable trip. As I said, it isn't a particularly remarkable story. When you heard the sparse details, it was easy to believe. That seemed exactly like the kind of thing Baxter would do. He may be accommodating, but the minute that Cove challenged him to do words. He may be accommodating, but the minute Cove challenged him to do something, it was on.
Now.
More remarkable was today's adventure, I'd wager. It's not every day that I am able to go running through the sprinklers or chase an ice cream truck across the city. Much less with such delightful company. Oh, you. Terry let one hand dangle daintily. Her opposite one was covering her mouth as she acted like one of the many old ladies you could find around Sunset Bird. Baxter didn't reply, gaze now fixated on the sidewalk in front of him as you all continued ahead. One square of concrete after another. No, truly, it reminded me I am not nearly as old as I might sound. He grazed the back of his neck with his hand, holding it there. Then he stared up at the sky, but it was clear he wasn't staring at the clouds. He was searching for something past... Wait. He was searching for something past it that wasn't there anymore. Oh, past it that wasn't there anymore. Yet, the last time I've done anything of this nature was when I was a child, running around with my old friends and causing havoc to our poor, unsuspecting town. Glad you stressed it. Baxter hummed comfortably, allowing the conversation to lapse into silence. Oh god, it got dark. The twilight stroll continued until the sky turned dark and street lamps flickered on. Even as night fell, you thought there might still be a chance to cling to the thread of this day. Everyone was sufficiently dried enough, anyway, to not consider yourselves liabilities. When the vehicle came into view, Cove mumbled, Staying outside in swimsuits until it's nighttime and getting ice cream. It really is like we're kids again. Not just like being kids, but kids on vacation. Well, Baxter is on a vacation, but it's like somebody's birthday, or the 4th of July, or fireworks! Baxter dropped his keys, startled when Terry suddenly screamed.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. He waved off the apology, kneeling down to pick them up. That was the second time his attempts to open the car had been interrupted. Perhaps the third time would be the charm. What was that about? We can't go home yet. I just remember there were fireworks today. Cove and Miranda looked at one another before they turned their scrutiny onto Terry.
Huh?
For what? I think it's to celebrate an opening or something. We probably can't get into the real event, but we could see it with our eyes for free. She made 2 circles with her hands, holding them up to her aforementioned eyes as she advanced closer to Cove, who lightly pushed her back with a hand. They can't stop the public out from seeing explosions in the sky.
Seriously?
Really? Another last-minute rush trip? Cove considered the suggestion, but ultimately shook his head no. I thought we were ready to head home. Aw, come on, Cove. Don't be a wet blanket. Terry wrote him off, likely aware that Cove cannot help being wet, turning to face you, Miranda, and Baxter, the 3 that stood in the way of her night continuing for an hour or 2 more.
So?
What about you, Ryan, Randy, Baxter? Want to see some fireworks? Terry continued on without waiting for an answer. Isn't today all about summer experiences? What's more summer than fireworks? This is gonna make it so much longer. But yeah. We have to do the fireworks part. I guess they are fireworks. Alright, whatever. What's one more scene change?
I'm on it.
Yes, I knew this was a good idea. In turn, 4 sets of eyes looked to Baxter. As a driver, his answer made or broke the plan. He chuckled softly. In for a penny, in for a pound. I'll go.
Honestly.
Genuinely, there's nothing better to occupy my time tonight. We better hurry, or we might miss it. Cove rolled his eyes, but laughed. There was no time to lose. The fireworks were sure to start soon. If you didn't want to miss any part of it, that meant you needed to book it now. The gang hurried into the car and were slowly blessed with warmth after Baxter turned on the heater and it began to kick in. Terry wiggled in her seat, proudly announcing that she had the additional gift of seat warmers to the envy of everyone else in the car. However, the goal wasn't to sit there enjoying modern accommodations. It was to get back out of the car as quickly as possible. It took a while to get out of the winding streets of the neighborhood, but eventually Baxter reached the freeway and zipped straight to the city. For the second time that day, you were met with the silhouette of skyscrapers in the near distance, but now they were illuminated by explosive bursts of greens and purples. It's starting! Oh no, are we gonna miss it? Baxter's hand rested on the gear shift, digits curling against the handle before he switched into the right lane to exit off the freeway. Wait, the GPS said, no, there's somewhere outside the city that I intended to visit. I believe we could stop by there and catch the show. It's an unblocked viewing area.
Oh, yeah.
Baxter, you are brilliant.
Woo!
Pedal to the metal. Unless you're already speeding, then don't go any faster. Cove and you turned towards Miranda, but she was hardly paying attention, her hands covering her cheeks as she cheered Baxter on while simultaneously advocating for traffic safety. Baxter tightened his grip on the wheel, changing a few more lanes before he exited and threaded through another tangle of local streets. Eventually, the car rumbled to a stop as a waterside path appeared in the dark. Everyone piled out, one after the other, sprinting from the parking lot. Cove, Miranda, and Terry scrambled up to the edge of the path at the water's edge. Baxter stayed in the middle between the start and the end, folding his arms as he hovered behind the crew. His eyes were less fixated on the sights unfolding before you than they were focused on the other three. High in the sky and far away, it was the perfect way to watch fireworks. Less crowded than it would have been in the city, and quieter than it would have been there too. It was kind of funny. You and your group lived in or around the city almost all your lives, and it was Baxter who found this place for you to enjoy. Tourists did tend to put in the effort to find scenic spots. People who could theoretically see something every day didn't always take the opportunities around them. Ooh. Randy pointed out a golden firework and beamed.
Woo!
Ah, that's so cool. Terry held a hand up for a high five, and Miranda obliged her. Terry whooped and shot you a smile.
Hey.
What color do you think the next one will be? Without giving Baxter a glance, Cove answered immediately. Green. It was orange. Baxter chuckled, but wasn't interested in calling out Cove for being wrong.
Hmm?
Is that your favorite color? Green?
That's...
It's one of them. I think that's nice. It matches you. And yours is black? That's one of them. Cove just smirked a little and left the conversation there. Yeah, we're staying with Baxter. Baxter had continued watching the other three before he suddenly turned left. His eyes were on you as soon as you got near.
How are you?
How do you do, Ryan? Enjoying the view? Yeah, it's gorgeous. Well, that is no small relief, I will say. The others had taken notice of your absence at the waterfront and had begun migrating the crowd farther back. Baxter glanced over his shoulder when he noticed you staring at something behind him. He waved as they jogged to the car's side.
What's wrong?
Is everything okay? Wait, is everything okay, and are you okay? Is that another typo? And are you okay? Is everything okay? And are you? I think the okay is implied. Miranda's brows knit together with clear worry. We can head home if you're not.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted a moment with my summer boyfriend. Why are you all encroaching on my space? They were sweet for worrying, but you shook your head. It wasn't that you were upset. You were just happier where you were. Same as Baxter. I'm fine, don't worry. You're missing the show. You can watch it where you want to.
Is that all right?
Well, if you're sure. Still, despite your reassurances, Cove searched your eyes for any answers to the contrary. It's okay, bestie. Do you want me to stay back with you? Bestie, I love you, but we're not dating in this scenario, so you have to go away now. It's fine, you should go with Terry and Miranda. Cove smiled softly before quietly retreating. He stopped to take another look at you on his way to the water's edge, but eventually relented as you waved him on. You have to go away now. Seriously, like... Cove, my baby, my bestie in this playthrough. You're so sweet, but, like, go away. I'm trying to have a moment here with my shirtless boyfriend. Baxter picked a good place to watch from. Every point and every angle of the view was dazzling. The fireworks sprayed colors across the sky, and for a moment, you were holding your breath before whatever came next. No words could adequately describe that anticipation. Try as Terry might, you could still hear her cheer at every new spectacle. It had been nice and toasty in the car, but since you were outside and not moving, you couldn't help wrapping your arms around yourself, trying to trap the warmth. Baxter tilted closer, but kept enough distance between you to remain polite. His eyes met yours in wordless invitation, half lifting an arm in case you needed to come closer. Bitch, you think I'm gonna say no? Oh, we have choices. You can rest our head against his shoulder, take his hand, wrap your arm around his, or snuggle. We're not even considering this one. It's kind of implied that we're taller than Baxter, so this will be awkward if we try to do this. We're gonna snuggle. You slid into his arms, a puzzle piece fitting into the right place. He hummed low and agreeable as he held you close enough to press his warmth into you. You could feel his heartbeat through your thin clothes. Technically, it's his thin clothes, but you know. He adjusted your position so that you could both see the fireworks and rested his head comfortably on top of your shoulder. Yeah, because he's shorter than us. Because we're tall. We're tall, scrawny, and strong. Your eyes continued to search the sky when Baxter spoke up. His voice was impossibly quiet in the way that things are when it's important.
You're incredible.
You look amazing. Do you know that? Excuse me. I've been with you all day. Because I'm wearing your shirt. It's because I'm wearing your shirt, isn't it? I know. I know. The fireworks show immediately became unimportant. They might have all fizzled out into nothing as far as you've been aware. Thank you. Why did you say that? Too embarrassed. You know you're wonderful. You blinked in confusion. I don't think so. Okay. Hello again. How are you today? Okay. Not, and I don't think so. That's not our character. We're not a blinking in confusion person either. We're not too embarrassed. We might be startled enough to be like, why did you say that? Pretty good. We finally got to the actual DLC stuff now. But we're only on the second moment. But I've really been enjoying, like, the scenes we've been able to do with Baxter and stuff. I feel like this is too, like, casual, almost. Like, the oh, thank you. It almost sounds like a brush off. So I feel like going back with, like, some sort of really cheesy compliment is better. Because for some reason, this scenario has too many, like, shy replies. There's, like, 4 shy replies. We're gonna go with, don't you know you're wonderful? The corners of his eyes crinkled as his gaze settled on the horizon. though you couldn't tell if it was out of amusement at the situation or some unexpected shyness. In the dim light, you can make out the glare of the fireworks in his eyes. They hadn't vanished after all. I've been meaning to tell you that all day, since we were at the beach. Why didn't you? You could have complimented me every time we had a scene change. I gave you high initiative. When we were walking side by side after the ice cream truck left, again, why didn't you? And in your picture. Yes, in my pajamas. What? Nothing stood out in your memory as particularly unique. It was so natural the time you spent together, but now that he'd gone and said it, you had to accept the reality that he'd been anticipating this since the very beginning. The whole time, Baxter had been waiting for the opportunity to say something.
To be honest,
It may surprise you to know that I am not adept at picking my words. I care a great deal about what I say and that it makes the correct impression, yet I am not always successful. My approach is off, really. Fortunately, even I could realize there wasn't a right moment to tell you that. I mean, there were plenty of right moments, but okay, we'll go with that. Then we got here, and I thought this was what feels right. I hope I'm not wrong, after all, but even if I am, the words are true all the same.
so charming.
So, you look amazing. And even after all that, I fear amazing does not adequately express what I think. How regrettable. Ooh. Choices. And what I do on this is that I never pick the shy thing. We always go in for the kiss. You leaned in to kiss his lips. Yeah, we're going full in. There was a pretty good chance that there was nothing on this earth that could truly embarrass Baxter. Nothing that you could do, at least. We are so bold in this playthrough. He did not even flinch or start with surprise when you leaned in to press your lips against his. Instead, his fingers grazed your cheeks soft enough to burn, and kissed you in turn. He moved in closer, laughing when you accidentally bumped your nose into his. Oh, he's got the sexy blush. That's when the spicy things are happening. They get like the sexy flush on their cheeks. That's when the spicy moments are happening. Your lips parted, and the ever-growing temptation to kiss him again stayed when he touched his forehead to yours. His breath lingered in the small space between you. It's literally Bridgerton, only we kiss a lot faster. One explosion of color followed another, and the exuberance of your friends couldn't be measured. You'd seen fireworks before. They weren't anything new. But all those times you attended events before, it wasn't anything close to this. You nearly missed it, and it wasn't even a show really for you to see. That's what made it special. The effort it took for you to get here, the place you were watching from, and the people that you were watching with. The finale of the fireworks took center stage. Dozens scattered across the sky, and the sparks of them descended into the sea below. It was as if they... Wait. Okay. I'm going to read the sentence as is, but something about it seems wrong to me. It was as if they impossibly far away, distant stars, and yet also close enough to reach out and touch them. They were impossibly far away? That sentence confused me. It could be right. It could just be me. And after my hours of reading, just English doesn't English anymore in my brain. So I'm not sure. In the back of your mind, you knew that there would likely never be another day exactly like that one. When it was over, it'd be over forever. And that made it a precious experience. You vowed to hold on to the memories, feelings, and this one single moment for as long as you possibly could. Ah! Made it to the end of 2 moments. Okay. I don't usually do the longest of streams on Saturdays. And since each moment takes me about 2 hours to do, I do not have enough time to go through all of these. So I will have to actually continue this next week. I honestly forgot how long these moments took. I mean, in one hand, it's really nice because it gives you a lot of content to get through. On the other hand, sometimes it throws you off because you're like, oh, this is gonna take much longer than I thought. But that's fine. We good. Let's save. Because I always like to save just in case at these points. Alright, so we're gonna switch over our scenes. Yeah. Spotify. Okay, so it's been a little over 4 hours. I did 2 moments with Baxter. I'm really enjoying it so far. I like what they're doing with him. His high initiative is like the same as Cove's high initiative in that, to me, it feels like they're not, but I guess they actually are. I've never actually done a low initiative playthrough, so I don't actually know the difference. It's just me, high initiative, I feel like gotta be a little bolder. They do get kind of bold every now and then, but like, it's up to you and what choices you make on how bold they actually get. So, still, it's good. So if each moment takes us about 2 hours, and we have 3 of these moments left, I can either push to do all 3 next Friday, or I'll split it up again and just do the 2 on Friday and then do the last moment and then go on to step 4, Baxter. Start that. I still haven't decided if I want to do any of the moments that Cove had where Baxter shows up. I think considering I wanted to focus on DLC, I might just focus on the DLC moments. So next week on Friday, we'll do either 2 or 3 moments, depending on how far I want to push it. So we might finish step 3 or almost finish step 3. Saturday, we will definitely have either finished step 3 and gone on to step 4. So we'll reach step 4 on Saturday, no matter what. But that won't be until next week because I work. So Fridays and Saturdays are my only times to stream. So that will have to wait until next week. I'm determined to see this to the end. Like, I'm going to get through all this DLC. I should have actually set up a character and gotten ready before I streamed yesterday. But that's hindsight, and you know what? We'll work with it. It's fine. I'm enjoying it. I know it's not the most popular streamed game, but I love this game so much that this is just what I'm going to do until I'm done with it. Anyway, thank you everyone for showing up. You can follow me on my socials if you want to see when I stream next. There's also a Discord that you can join, and I also post there when I stream next. That's about all I do on that Discord right now. Eventually I have to figure out other stuff, but I kind of have to build a little bit more of a community before I actually work on the Discord to be anything more complex than just another vehicle to post when I'm streaming. But thank you so much for coming. I hope everyone has a great rest of their weekend. Enjoy, relax, stay cool if you're in a really hot area, and I'll see you next Friday. Goodbye!